Aeroméxico les da la bienvenida a su vuelo 6969 con destino a chingar a tu madre. Por favor, recuerden que por tu seguridad es importante quitarte los audífonos para escuchar todos nuestros comerciales que hemos cobrado a diferentes personas para obligarte a verlos, que no tienen nada que ver con tu seguridad. Agradecemos tu atención y ve a chingar a tu madre con Aeroméxico. Estaba diciendo, en vez de 8 de la mañana en la mañana, teníamos que hacer algo diferente, porque esta vez Trump, Putin, Putin, Trump es diferente y lo vamos a empezar así. Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Vamos a darle al casino del tío Salo, por supuesto que sí vamos a analizar todo lo que son los precios de todo. En realidad me gustaría estar en el mercado ahorita porque tengo una apuesta bastante grande abierta en Tesla y no estoy viendo eso, pero estoy aquí platicando con ustedes rápidamente antes de meter al tío Farhan y al tío Alex al casino para poder platicar de los precios de todo. Y aquí estoy para contarles rápido. Güey, se me están descarrilando todos. Después del video que hice ayer, el nadie me preguntó dónde les explico que todo lo que estamos viendo es palo y por qué estamos viendo palo. La guerra entre Trump y Musk continúa y nos avienta, ¿no? Varias joyas, ¿no? Una de ellas, Trump diciendo que le va a quitar todos los contratos a Elon Musk. Otra joya de ellas es Elon Musk diciendo que Trump está en la lista de Epstein, muy divertida. Y varias cosas han salido de todos los pacos que existen. Para la gente que se ha perdido, ¿qué son los pacos? Son los periquitos. Los periquitos son los que repiten todo lo que sus dueños les enseñan a decir porque no pueden pensar nada. Y esos pacos le dicen a todos qué hacer y todas las ovejitas siguen a los pacos. Entonces, ¿qué están diciendo los pacos hoy? Muy interesante todo esto. Y ahorita también les voy a platicar de la verdad, de lo que yo personalmente creo que nos están intentando esconder. No creo que sea tanto de eso, es más como el show de todo esto, que es una gran estupidez gigantesca. Pero vamos a empezar solamente con los rumores y la parte divertida. Porque, ¿por qué tengo que empezar con la parte financiera? Vamos a empezar con la parte divertida. Uno, hay gente, y les prometo, de mis amigos más inteligentes me están mandando. Ahora, eran mis amigos más inteligentes hasta que me mandaron esto. Y si estás viendo esto y eres uno de mis amigos inteligentes que me mandó esto, lo siento, te quiero, cabrón, pero no mames, ¿ok? Una, una de las cosas que más están repitiendo es que esta pelea es ficticia, pero la razón por la que es ficticia y la razón por la que Elon le dijo a Donald Trump que él había estado en la isla de Epstein es porque viene un movimiento que muy poca gente conoce. Es una técnica japonesa de negociaciones donde abres una caja de Pandora y por decir, hey, Trump, tú estás en la lista de Epstein, Donald Trump, por ende, tiene que sacar la lista de Epstein. No sean imbéciles. Por favor, no caigan en estas estupideces. Esta es una de las cosas más tontas que he escuchado en toda mi vida. Nunca, nunca te van a dar la lista de estas personas que hicieron algo. Nunca, nunca, nunca. ¿Cuándo ven que arrestan a políticos por hacer cosas malas? O sea, más allá de que vayan en contra de otros políticos, que entre ellos se peleen y que otro tenga más poder y se lo lleve la chingada, ¿cuándo han visto eso? Vemos todas las cosas ilegales que todo el mundo está haciendo en el Congreso, en la Cámara de Senadores, todo eso, ¿no? Y todo el mundo está completamente enamorado con la idea de que por alguna razón ahora sí vamos a agarrar a toda esta gente. Es una estupidez, ¿ok? Una mega, mega estupidez. No, no, les prometo, no los van a dar la lista de Epstein, no te van a decir nadie, ni tampoco la de Diddy, no van a hacer absolutamente nada de eso, nada va a cambiar, que lo sepan. La razón por la que es divertido entretener esto para todos ustedes, para la gente, es para que estén entretenidos con esto, haciéndose ilusiones falsas de cosas, hablando, discutiendo de esto, en vez de las cosas importantes. Y ahorita llegamos a las cosas importantes, que es lo que vamos a hablar. Otra cosa que he estado viendo que están repite y repite también es que obviamente es la estupidez del dólar, de que es el fin del dólar, que no, Elon Musk quiere salvar al dólar y que no. Eso tampoco es cierto. Quiero que lo sepan. ¿Por qué solamente se habla de la caída del dólar? Por favor, ayúdenme con esto, ¿no? Cuando Europa, por más, ahorita puede que nuestras monedas relativamente hablando, ¿no? El euro esté un poco más arriba que el DXY, que el Dixie. No, también el peso está más arriba que el Dixie. No está más arriba, pero está ganando terreno contra el Dixie. Lo mismo con el yen japonés, lo mismo con la libra de la Gran Bretaña, ¿no? Todo esto. Del Reino Unido, disculpen, no de la Gran Bretaña, del Reino Unido. Todas esas monedas están en contra del dólar. Pero díganme ustedes, si tienen que invertir en uno de los siguientes países por los próximos 5 años o territorios, ¿vas a invertir en Europa en vez de Estados Unidos? Si dijiste que sí, Que Dios te bendiga. Oye, eres libre de hacer lo que quieras. Igual yo no sé nada de todas maneras, entonces te recomiendo que lo hagas si es lo que piensas. ¿Crees que México le va a ir mejor que a Estados Unidos? Bueno, a México probablemente sí por todo el bienestar que está lloviendo en México. Pero ponte tú, fuera de esa gran excepción, obviamente no. Para los que no entiendan sarcasmo, obviamente no. Ok, ¿le va a ir mejor al Reino Unido que a Estados Unidos? No. ¿Le va a ir mejor a Japón que al Reino Unido? No. Y también Japón tiene un problema de deuda mucho más grande que Estados Unidos. ¿Por qué solamente estamos hablando del de Estados Unidos? Es una distracción muy grande para que toda la gente que es nueva en todo esto caiga en discusiones muy estúpidas y se peleen entre ellos por el fin de Estados Unidos y empiezan. A mí la que me vuelve más loca es la gente que está con su Bitcoin, Bitcoin, Bitcoin. Está chido que Bitcoin suba de precio. Chido, 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 chido. Lo entendimos todos, gracias. Pero no, no es el fin del dólar. Si eres Estados Unidos y ahora están haciendo sonar esto y la gente cree que la propaganda funciona de directamente saliendo de la boca de tus personas favoritas. La propaganda funciona cuando no la ves venir. La propaganda es excelente, y esto lo estaba platicando ahorita. Vayan a ver el podcast de Emprendedores el día de hoy. Y en el podcast de Emprendedores que va a salir hoy, platico yo con Ro de esto, donde hablamos cómo funciona la propaganda. Vamos a pretender que en México hay propaganda. Obviamente no hay en México, solamente hay bienestar, porque si no me mandan amenazas de muerte. Solamente el bienestar. Pero vamos a pretender, por favor, ayúdenme a pretender solamente que esto fuera el caso, ¿no? Que en México lo que hicieron de eso de imponer jueces que ellos querían, etcétera, fuera para que pudieran hacer lo que sea con el poder judicial, con todo esto, ¿no? Que todo el mundo sabe, que no es cierto, es solamente un ejemplo tonto que no existe. Y le estaba contando yo a mi suegro, güey, en México vinieron, hicieron una votación para poner estos jueces, digamos que el partido del bienestar quería a los jueces del bienestar y los demás querían a los jueces del no bienestar. Y los del bienestar convencieron a todos los que no querían al bienestar que no vayan a votar. Y mi suegro se me quedó bien así de, ¿cómo? Entonces convencieron a la gente para que no fuera a votar. Le digo, sí, me dice, ¿por qué? Le digo, porque les dijeron que iban a cancelar las elecciones y la gente no iba a votar. Y me dice, ¿y las cancelaron? Le digo, no. Pero todo el mundo cayó por esta propaganda. Y esta propaganda no vino de tus políticos. Esta propaganda viene de en línea, güey. Existe en todos lados. Te la están pintando y te la están poniendo en todos lados y no lo mencionan los políticos. Se siente como si fuera real, como si fuera gente que de verdad te está diciendo estas cosas, pero no es cierto. Y luego, suficientemente gente, después de que los pericos lo repiten, después de que todos los pacos lo repiten, ahí va toda la gente a creérselo como imbéciles y lo repiten todos y se hace una realidad. Esto del dólar cayendo y colapsando. Ahora todo el mundo está preocupado por la superinflación que viene en Estados Unidos. Viene con todo, ¿no? Es lo que nos están diciendo, no dejan de advertirnos. La misma gente que nos dijo, después de imprimir 40% de todo el dinero que existía en el planeta, que no iba a haber inflación. La gente que después de que vimos que la inflación empezó a subir y llegó hasta el 9 punto y cacho por ciento, nos dijo, va a ser transitoria, tranquilos. Y la misma gente que se esperó 2 años a que pegara y que después subieron intereses, fue la gente que te está ahora advirtiendo del fin del dólar y de la inflación. La misma gente. Y ahí están todos. Porque esta vez, yo sé, a la gente no le importó en el pasado cuando pasó eso y que de verdad ocurrió la inflación. Pero ahora todos han estado viendo segmentos de 5 minutos en CNN o leyendo a su Paco favorito. Y al leer a su Paco favorito les contagió que es el fin del dólar, que se viene, que ya nunca más va a volver a crecer y que vamos a gastar más dinero que nunca. Hay gente diciendo que vamos a gastar más dinero que nunca, cuando literalmente hace 5 años o 4 años, 4 o 5 años, imprimimos 40% de todo el dinero que existía extra. Pero ahorita están preocupados por la inflación y porque vamos a imprimir más que en toda la historia. Bueno, les vamos a dar eso. Les voy a decir esto. Todas estas son estupideces, todas estas peleas de todos son una distracción gigantesca, por supuesto, es lo que yo pienso. Y les voy a decir cuál es la cosa que a mí me preocupa de todo esto que estamos viendo. ¿Estamos listos? Estamos listos. Y ahí les va. Y yo sé que mucha gente va a decir, no, no es para tanto. Pero dentro de esa propuesta de 1000 y cacho páginas, ¿no? El Big Beautiful Bill es la más hermosa de todas estas. Dentro de esa cosa, con 1000 páginas y cacho, hay un parrafito que dice, ninguno de los estados por los siguientes 10 años va a poder restringir o crear paredes en contra de inteligencia artificial y su desarrollo. Ahora, quiero que entiendan esto por el amor de Dios, porque la gente cree que en verdad Elon Musk y Trump se pelearon, porque empezaron con la narrativa desde hace un rato que iban a pasar esto y diciendo, son dos grandes egos, son dos gentes millonarias, etcétera. No es lo mismo, eso es una, ¿ok? No puedes comprar a alguien que tiene 400,000 millones de dólares con nadie más en el planeta. No puedes, por la cantidad de dinero que tienes. Y no nos cabe en la cabeza a ti y a mí el dinero que tienen, ¿no? Porque igual el nepe te cabe a ti la cabeza. A mí no. Igual, igual y a ti sí. Entonces, esto de partidos políticos peleándose y la mamada, tienes que entender, y esto es un ejemplo que di ayer. Ahora, voy a decir esto. En Estados Unidos, nuestros políticos, y espero que ustedes estén conmigo, son corruptos de a madre. Lo único que les interesa es el poder y el delicioso dinero. Es lo único. Es lo único que quieren, ¿ok? Ahora, si vives en México y estás viendo esto, dirías, ¿cómo? Sus políticos no ven por el bienestar de ustedes. Nosotros no tenemos políticos corruptos, tenemos solo políticos del bienestar. Y estoy completamente de acuerdo. De nuevo, antes de que me manden amenazas de muerte. De acuerdo. Entonces, amigos en México, sé que les va a costar trabajo entender esto, pero en Estados Unidos nuestros políticos son corruptos, ¿ok? Y ahora, ¿quiénes son los jefes de nuestros políticos en Estados Unidos? Y ahí les va. Puesto bastante sencillo, ¿ok? ¿Están listos? Puesto bastante sencillo. En México todo el mundo pensaría, porque sabemos que no es cierto, que sería como los carteles, ¿no? Los que mandarían en México, pero no es cierto, de nuevo, es como un ejemplo de quién sería el posible si hubiera corrupción en México. Pero en Estados Unidos los que mandan son los tecnócratas, la gente que hace tecnología. ¿Por qué mandan ellos? Porque si ves la lista de la gente más rica del mundo, es la gente que son dueñas de todas las empresas de tecnología y la gente más poderosa del mundo también. Si ahorita tienes un primo que es influencer, que tiene 2,500 seguidores, ¿no? Y le están cayendo, le mandan, no sé, güey, tenis gratis a su casa, ¿no? Que digas, wow, qué impresión. Imagínate ser el dueño de una plataforma que le habla a 3,000 millones de personas. ¿Puedes entender el poder de eso? Ok. O también la cantidad de usuarios que tengas para pedirte cosas como Jeff Bezos, Amazon, etcétera. ¿Quiénes son los dueños de Estados Unidos? Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, el Jensen Huang de Nvidia y todos estos güeyes. Sam Altman también, Bill Gates, los tecnócratas. Ellos son los dueños de todos nuestros políticos. Quiero que lo entiendan. ¿Y qué es lo que está pasando en este momento? No sé si se acuerdan, pero hicimos toda esta bola de mamadas para poder acomodar el hacer un fondo, no me acuerdo ni cómo se llama ahorita, era como 500,000 millones de dólares, un pedo así, para darles para inteligencia artificial. ¿Ok? Todavía, si no me crees, tienes que estar completamente perdido y en otro lado. Entonces, no nada más eso. Estamos diciendo que vamos a desregular todo. Y lo que están diciendo, por primera vez, yo nunca había visto algo así, fue no vamos a regular tu nueva tecnología de inteligencia artificial estatalmente. Eso es un problema gigantesco. Gigantesco. Ahora, igual la inteligencia artificial nos va a salvar la vida a todos. Pero ¿entienden el pedo? Y muchos de ustedes van a decir, güey, no es por eso, la inteligencia artificial vale verga. Es, si piensas eso, es muy interesante porque personalmente creo que están ya tan tapados de los ojos con todas las mentiras y estupideces que están leyendo todo el día que no pueden ver el problema más sencillo y obvio, está enfrente de nosotros. Y es eso. Y ahora, ¿por qué están escondiendo todo esto y haciendo todo este tema? No tengo ni puta idea, pero algo bueno no va a salir de ello. Bueno, puede que sí y puede que no. Y aquí es donde digo, se llama Stargate, gracias Luis, se llama Stargate el fondo que hicieron. Entonces, si la gente no lo cree, está perdida. Y si también creen que Elon Musk se peleó con Donald Trump porque le quitaron los incentivos de Tesla, hay les voy a poner en X en un segundo videos del gran Elon hablando hace 3 años, antes de que se metiera en todo lo político, diciendo que ojalá y quitaran los incentivos porque eso va a poner a Tesla en un pedestal más alto. Es así de fácil, damas y caballeros. Es todo lo que quería exponer para todos ustedes. No hay más de esto, no se distraigan. Y también otra cosa que genera es, obviamente, limpia el nombre de Trump, limpia el nombre de Elon. Entre los dos pueden separarse. Ya nadie se está peleando con Elon. Ya todas mis amigas del pelo morado que se quejaban todo el día de Elon y de Trump, que tenían Teslas y que pusieron estos de que Elon está loco. solamente tomó eso para que lo amaran. Tienes que tener la cabeza de cacahuate para pensar y que te convenzan así de fácil por algo. De nuevo, cada quien vuele su, no, cada quien haga su vida un papalote y vuele de donde quiera y como quiera, pero es, no se distraigan. Recuerden, las noticias no son noticias, son narrativas. Es todo lo que te están dando. Y entre todos estos güeyes son actores. Puedes verlo con Trump, con Chuck Schumer, que se odian públicamente, pero lo has visto en fotos privados por atrás abrazándose. Aplica con todos ellos. Todos ellos son parte del mismo grupo. Si ven el documental, no tienes ni que meterte en política. No sé si han visto en Netflix el documental de Arnold Schwarzenegger, cuando también se vuelve gobernador de California y todo. Él explica lo de esto es un gran show. Hay gente que tiene que hacer como que me estoy peleando en vivo. Él lo explica tal cual y lo puedes ver ahí porque hay video de ello. Muy interesante se me hizo a mí. Me encantó verlo así de sencillamente expuesto y que a la gente se le pasara por acá. Pero es en serio lo que pasa. Entonces, ¿quieren saber algo más rico? Esto les va a servir muy cabrón a todos los que estén poniendo atención en este momento financieramente hablando, porque esto quiere decir, damas y caballeros, una vez más, que las empresas de inteligencia artificial van a ser la cantidad de dinero más loca de todo el mundo y solamente las grandes. No se preocupen por buscar chiquitas, porque ellos ya tienen a todos los usuarios y ellos van a absorber a todas las chicas y medianas y es lo que están haciendo. Entonces, este show no nada más te explica conspiraciones y otras teorías pendejas. Te estoy diciendo, literalmente ahí está el dinero. Enfrente de tus ojos, cabrón, ve, tómalo, haz lo tuyo. Piensa bien esto y obviamente usa todas las métricas de riesgo que enseñamos aquí en el casino del tío Salo con el gran Alex y con el gran Farhan. Vamos a empezarlo como el que no, porque Bitcoin ha estado bastante volátil. Tengo que ahorita ver el precio de Tesla. Por favor, sorpréndeme. Por favor, sorpréndeme. Por favor, te lo ruego. Nos vamos a meter de una vez y les voy a poner acá el casino del tío Salo. Pero también les tengo que recordar, por si se quieren dar una vuelta, los quiero invitar a que nos caigan a nuestro hermoso y precioso Discord de Elite Trading Academy por acá. Lo pueden ver, súper fácil de usar. Aquí está Elite Trading Academy a la izquierda. Déjenme, me aseguro que lo puedan ver. No tengo que salir yo para nada en esta cosa. Dense una vuelta, súper fácil de usar, el enlace está aquí abajo, es completamente gratis y esto siempre es bueno para poder apoyarte en otra gente que está aquí en la comunidad, en el chat general, donde nos están dando buenas ideas siempre y ellos están compartiendo todo lo que están haciendo, sus nuevas ideas y cómo están viendo dónde está la liquidez, etcétera. Entonces, siempre bueno tener una cantidad de gente que esté interesada en lo que tú, una comunidad de traders hecha y derecha. También tienes los análisis del gran Alex por acá, tienes los análisis de Farhan por acá, que también nos mandan señales por acá en Discord diciendo, güey, cómprate esto, ve mi gatito bonito, vengan a compartir cuánto dinero están haciendo. Ok, ¿dónde está Tomatito? Vamos a ver si Tomatito se está dando unas vacaciones con los trillones de dólares que hizo. Sí, probablemente, no mames. Bien, bien jugado por acá. Buen largo de BTC. Es que sí, estuvo muy obvio después de la caída de ayer que iba a rebotar justamente donde estaba el EMA 55. Ahorita lo veremos obviamente con estos tíos. Si tienen preguntas de cualquier cosa, también aquí tenemos nuestro criptolingo y nuestros enlaces oficiales para lo que necesiten. Aquí lo tenemos. Tenemos un torneo de trading en este momento abierto en, ¿cómo se llama? En BTCC y tenemos tabla, señores. Tenemos tabla. Cáiganle, regístrense con nuestro enlace. Ahorita les voy a enseñar cómo. Cáiganle hoy, estamos repartiendo $10,000 y acá tenemos a nuestra excelente tabla de quién va ganando, quién es segundo, quién es tercero. Los quiero ver por acá, los quiero ver por acá. Por ahí va Farhan en número uno, por cierto. Si Farhan o Alex ganan, obviamente no se van a llevar el premio. No se preocupen, se los prometo. Se lo van a llevar ustedes, el segundo, tercer lugar, que también pues, son los profes. Había estado Farhan nervioso de que iba en número uno. No sé si eso lo hizo bajar más o no. No, creo que aquí está. Aquí está en número dos ahorita. Bueno, ya mínimo hay alguien ganándole. Espero que sea Tomatito o Nancy Pelosi. Y hay bastante gente suscrita. Tenemos 245 participantes. Cáiganle, vean nada más el volumen de enfermos que tenemos por acá. Cáiganle. Bueno, no es gratis participar, pero lo único que tienes que hacer es tus propios trading. Y acá, no, después cuando toque anunciarlo, pues el ganador se van a llevar $10,000 por acá en este torneo que tenemos. Aquí está todo puesto. Está una vez más en nuestro Discord. Cáiganle, lo pueden ver acá en la parte baja donde dice Partners, enlaces. Píquenle acá, ahí lo tienen. Pero también, si quieren aprender a tradear futuros y ahora sí cómo usar el exchange para poder entrar a estas cosas, o mínimo usar el exchange eventualmente, vénganse a nuestra página Elite Trading Academy, es completamente gratis también esto, le picas en tutos, te metes en cómo tradear en bluffing y ahora sí que vienes el video, puede fondear, te enseña cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo mandar el dinero, todo eso. Y aquí con usar este enlace estás automáticamente listo para entrar al torneo que estamos haciendo dando esos 10,000 USDTs para todos ustedes. Sin más ni más, vámonos a los análisis de estos perros. Vámonos con todo. Good morning, boys. Good morning.
Buenos días, muchachos.
How you feeling, sir?
A little bit better than when I woke up. Had some coffee, had some medicine. Still feeling a little under the weather, but we'll get through it.
Good. I got some cock. You like it? On my
I gotta zoom in. Can't see
beautiful.
on this computer. I'm
It's
using my old
beautiful.
computer.
Oh, I see.
The new one's updating.
I'm sorry to hear that. Hey, we've been looking at the market. You guys sent some signals today. Let's dive into it. I'm fucking dying to know what to do so I can copy you all, motherfuckers.
Time to switch gears.
Let's dive right into it.
Let's dive.
Let's see here. We
Are
like
you
going.
having fun
We
with your
just like going.
presidential liquidations?
What happened?
Are you having fun with your presidential liquidations?
Oh, dude, they're fucking phenomenal. I need to open Tesla right now. I need to see because I opened a pretty big bet yesterday. How much is Tesla trading for?
Tesla is
Where is
at
294. So we just got
All
to
right.
daily estimate 200. This is where I was telling the Discord, I only want to do business here. This could have been it. And then now we have all momentum to capitulate. Under that estimate 200 for me just really is not good for Tesla. So today, though, and this will play into Bitcoin, today, this is a great view. This is just a good summary. You lost major supports across all charts. You've rallied up, but today's close is really going to solidify it if, let's say, the bottom's in or not. Same with Bitcoin, right? You lost major support. This is no surprise. We're religiously talking about this in this range of 103.1s to 104.1s. And Bitcoin was holding it well. We finally got the breakdown. Now, often when you break down, we understand how Bitcoin works. It's very dirty, and it loves to do the most dirtiest thing, which is take both sides out. How funny and rare would it be if we just dumped and then capitulated to the EMA 100? It'd be way too easy. And that's something we saw here. When we were shorting all the way from the 100Ks down to the 74s, I took note of this mentally, how disgustingly terrible it was to short all this down. We made a shit ton of money. We were all profitable, but you can't tell me holding these shorts on the shop was fun. And then you'd get finally the move down, just to V reverse it, making you sweat. To retest these, you get the bearish retest before you dump lower. That's what kind of the market is for bears. Even here, dump down, V reverse, bearish retest before taking out the low. If you're trying to come into these markets with 2022 mindset on how these downward moves work, it's very different. And me and Farna talked about that. The kind of just environment now is just very, very different on shorts. So where are we now? What's going on? Well, we have a breakdown. We understand we lost the 34. In my experience, shorting the 34 often does get you smoked. Bitcoin, for me, for some reason, I've just noticed this. It doesn't often like to just retest the 34 and then dump. It likes to overshoot ever so slightly, engulf this downward candle, and actually tap the daily 9. And this is interesting to me because the daily 9's been basically the rejection point for 1, 2, 3 days now. As long as we're under the daily 9, this has more of a potential to reject. One thing I like about the daily 9 is it's also coming in right in quotations. It's like $700 above, but the meme line 104.1, and this is a big spot for me. On the Discord, we've been religiously talking about this zone. 104.1 is still a big spot. I don't want to see that get reclaimed today. I wanted to see it overshoot. We did. I want to see the daily 9 get tapped. That happened. And luckily for us, the daily 9's basically parallel with the 21, or at least touching is a better word. They're both touching each other. That sounds funny.
That's nice.
They're both touching. Yeah, right. Jeez. They're both touching each other, though. And this, to me, is very interesting because you haven't had this compression of the 5, the 21, and the 9. Let me get the 5 off. It's just going to confuse me. But that was still a good point. Like, you haven't had the compression here of all of these EMAs touching each other, essentially. This is going to exasperate the resistance. It's going to make it extremely strong. Bitcoin,
Sorry,
when
if
you
it
have,
makes you
yeah.
if it makes you feel weird saying that, you can just say when the EMAs are getting gay with each other, so that it's not
Oh, okay.
so crazy. Yeah, there you
Show
go.
the
Yeah,
show
no.
the
Getting gay with each
courtroom
other.
on the doll where Bitcoin touched you.
Oh gosh, ETA. That's funny. Um, Yeah, I mean, you have people here wearing suits, drinking their morning coffee with 6 screens on, and here we are talking about moving averages touching each other. But it's valid and it's strong. And as long as you're under this, specifically, as long as you're under this wick high, and then also under the daily 9, yeah, this is just in bearish retest mode. You had a perfect rally up, not surprising at all. We talked about the possibility of this going up to the 103s, the 104.1s. So we're here now, but got to start seeing bears step in. You're already starting to get weakness, right? You haven't fully hit the daily 9. So you just want to be, if you're max shorting this, seeking the tops in, understand you could probably go up a little higher and actually test that. Volatility is very hot today. But as it stands now, we got to be gauging this zone as a short opportunity across the board. And that's how I'm gauging today. That's why I sent the Academy more shorts, because for me now, it seems to me like a lot of people are convinced this was the bottom. It can't get worse. And we're just going to V recovery out of here. And that was it. For me now, I'm now looking at daily volatility saying, well, it kind of tells a different story, which was we reset, we ever so slowly got a BBWP setup. We're now busting, expanding, and confirmed the setup while also just in the process of a breakdown. Losing the 34 gives me the next move to the EMA 100. This is giving me good confluence of the idea that Bitcoin has the real possibility of going. I wanted 96.5. This is moving up now. It's at 96.8. This most likely will reconnect with this meme line support around 97s. This will be very important. But when I say that, people might get confused and think you're going to get a free move down to 96.5. And that's just not true yet, because we can't disregard the weekly 9. The weekly 9 for me is a major spot. Some will say, okay, this was it. We tapped it. Reverting down will mean we're going to break down. I'm not fully convinced yet. Why? Because, well, if you look at this zone, you didn't actually hit it officially. This tells me that if you do end up coming back down, testing this low around 99.8 to basically 100K, this is going to be really strong. You already see the reaction of the front run, but it's not hit yet. And I bet you there's a lot of either people that wanted their bids filled that didn't get filled, that most likely will get filled here. This will either then spring up. This was the bottom. Everyone now longing into this, right, that thinks the bottom's in, is going to get smoked when we and fully fill this wick and actually hit the zone and then bounce. They're not going to be convinced that that's going to hold. But this is still a very real thing that we can't disregard. And we were for weeks talking about this. When we broke out from here, we've been solidly talking about, well, the weekly 9 will eventually get tested. You can see here it was resistance, broke down, resistance, rejection, broke out. Okay, cool. We've just been moving up. This has to hold. And also this basically, at least in the, if we're reflecting back on and past bull market moves, like the October move, often that weekly 9 throwback is just a higher low, right? That's kind of what bulls want. They need the breakout, they need the higher low, then they need the expansion from there. Very rare are you just going to like keep testing the weekly 9 in uber bull markets. Here you only had a few opportunities before we expanded. Not really relating to this because this was a lot of chop. I'm talking about uber bull markets, right? Uber bull markets. Even here you can see you broke out. You didn't test it for multiple weeks here. You then had a nice move. Everyone thought the top was in on a massive weekly shooting star. Markets were going up only. But look what held, the weekly 9. And then you wicked below, hit support, almost back tested 37.4, which was the breakout area. But again, never lost the weekly 9. And then that was it. You just expanded from there. Here, it didn't even hit it. Weekly 9 moved up with it. So it didn't even hit it here. And then it broke out again. The point being is that you should not be doing a lot of business on the weekly 9 in super bull market environments. It should just be like 1, 2, 3 weeks done. It starts, lingering there or even losing it is a deep concern, because You didn't lose it here. You whipped below it by multi-thousands of dollars, but you didn't lose it. It's really until you start losing it where you start entering into like a chop and downward market, right? It's like here, even to you lose it, you start entering into a chop and downward market. So the point I'm trying to bring home is that we definitely still can go down closely because you're either really going to bottom at 99.8. People like me that wanted 96, 95.5 are not going to get filled. And this is just going to be a throwback of the breakdown, reclaim, throwback. It's going to consolidate and then shoot up. Weekly is still in an uptrend. But that does not mean that we can't go and retest the actual weekly 9. We absolutely can. And people, news flow is kind of very crazy right now. And so volatility is very crazy because a lot of headline traders are coming out. We understand the levels though. So if we really were calling for a bottom, we got to be convinced. And for us to be convinced for that, it's going to be dictated by today. And then see how Monday opens because, the weekends more often are not just no volatility or often scam pumps, or dumps, even scam moves. You don't really have volatility. No one's trading over the weekend. That's why today and Monday is going to be very crucial. You're either going to reclaim the daily 9 and then consolidate above 104.1. And then that's going to really start looking like a bottom for me. Or this is it. You're going to bigly reject today, leave a disgusting wick, and this is going to start making its way towards 99.8 at minimum. You start losing this on a daily, you could get that weekend move to maybe that 96.8 before this brings us back up. The daily EMA 100 now, right? We're working off the weekly EMA 9 at 99.8, 100,000 flat, and then the daily EMA 100. So my criteria is 3 things for bull markets. Monthly 9 needs to hold. We are above that. We need to be above the daily EMA 100. We are. And then the weekly 9 just needs to hold. We're currently there, if not almost. We almost tapped it yesterday. So we are still bullish, and the macro is still bullish, but that doesn't mean we can't lose the weekly 9 and then make our way to the EMA 100. And that'll basically mean that we're going to go around to that weekly 21. That's going to be a big zone. Specifically, I mean, the reactions of the 21 are often pretty big, even on first taps, right? You can see the reaction here. You hit it, and then you lower high, yes, but you've still got a very nice mean reversion bounce off that 21 of 27% to the T too. So it's going to be that's a big spot. Like that to me is like, I'm not really convinced yet that we're going to have a major 30% move down per se. Nothing's telling me that yet, but we absolutely can make our way down to that daily EMA 100 for the extremity low. And then that needs to hold. And if it doesn't and the weekly 9's lost, okay, then maybe we are actually in a different environment. And maybe we are about to see something that we haven't seen in a very long time, which would mean a bear market move. And this BBWP on the monthly actually is firing off to the downside. This was just a liquidity grab. Trend traders get smoked, and this just capitulates down and retests all the way back to 74,000. Still not convinced that that's going to occur because even visually, you can see on the monthly we were held down, reclaim, lost, monthly reclaimed support here, and then again just kind of looking like a throwback. Still way too early to know on the monthly. That's the point I'm trying to bring home. But the monthly is bearish. I mean, we are in a breakdown. We are heavily above under the median now, and this though being in a breakdown deeply concerns me. Specifically when you see BBWP already firing off, because if you just view the HBDR, this is telling you the bearish retest is in for crypto, meaning potentially the local top's in, and at minimum you should see them move down to 93s. And really volatility is confirming like we have volatility to support to move down at minimums to like 93s, at like 91s. That's where the monthly 9 is. You lose the monthly 9 though, yeah, you're gonna really capitulate quickly to 74s. I am convinced that's gonna hold just simply based on the 21 here on the monthly. This entire bull market, I'm unsure if we've actually hit that monthly 21. Let's check. So here we broke out, monthly 9 held, We almost hit it here, but we didn't, and then broke out. And then here, monthly 9 didn't get lost. Yeah, no, we haven't hit the monthly 21. And so for me as a trader, if the monthly 9's been this strong, I absolutely can't disregard the 21 there. That's to me like worst case scenario. We're going to basically touch the lows again, uh, hit the 21. Because when we did dump here in April, yeah, the 21 was at 68K. Made a good argument for maybe the 69,000 2021 SR flip, but now what we see is it's all the way at 74,000. You very well could just like test this low again, form structure, and then go up higher high, higher low, stop at this low, and then you go up. That would be like a very Bitcoin move, would it not? I mean, just full on dumps down, ever so slightly higher lows off the 21 springs, monthly price divergence of by like a few $100s. This low holds. This is the new low because the 21 should be like the spring. Higher high, higher low, higher high. That'd just be really funny to me to see that. But that's very possible. Very, very well could happen as long as you're not taking out April's low. Anywhere around here is kind of fair game for on the monthly view at least. So yeah, that is interesting. But when you see volatility on the monthly this low and expanding, generally these do generate at minimum a 30% move. If we go current price action, we can even take it from this wick high at the 38.2% bearish retest. I mean, a 38% move would be right back down to the lows here. So again, really not the most absurd thing at all. It's actually when you're really having all the setups pointing to a major move is brewing, and how everything looks, it should be down. Now, that doesn't mean we can't just consolidate here. These ranges move, we reclaim within the blue zone, and then make our way to the median. Could happen, absolutely, but I don't like trading off ideas like that until they're solidified with the data, which is the closings. So let's look at the weekly again. So like this is kind of it. Bulls need this to be the spring. They need this to just kind of move up now. Again, if you really do start taking out this low, your hopium is that you're actually gonna hit the daily 9, I mean the weekly 9. But yeah, I mean if that doesn't hold, for me it's gonna be minimums like 96K, 96.5. And then the 2-week as well has a volatility setup. Yeah, it's still it has the setup. It's just unconfirmed. Let me look at the HBDR because if the 2-week or if the monthly is in a breakdown, I wonder what the 2-week looks like. So like what we could gather from this is the weekly higher low would be in off that weekly 9, and then we essentially would want to move up towards this 2-week median, which is at 115,800. Bears, on the other hand, are going to try to take this down to like 90s. That kind of plays into the idea of maybe we're going to go and retest these lows again. Because the consensus is that like 74s was in, and then that was it. So it would really be a max pain scenario if we did end up testing these lows again. Now that could go from like, maybe it goes and tests this at 78.3, or maybe it actually does come and test the weekly, monthly 21. Regardless, I just want everyone to be aware that that still is a very real possibility. Absolutely. And the 15-day looks top to me. This looks like a massive evening star, massive rejection of the 15-day median potentially brewing. But regardless, we now understand that bears are going to be using this wick high as their stop, and they're going to be max shorting anywhere around here because this does look top to me, at least locally. Wrong though if we take this wick high out. But yeah, I mean, and also we don't want to close above 104.1s on a 15-day. So we're at a big spot in market. So overall, for me, I'm still bearish on Bitcoin. We're gauging the bearish retest today. It looks like we got that, but now I need to see bear step in. Very well could happen as soon as that daily 9's tapped. Let me check if that has been tapped. Not yet. So maybe a little bit higher, but for me, it's like the extremity short's going to be 104.8. Your stop is logically going to be here at 105.9 to like 106. And you need this to be the bearish retest. You'll be concerned if you start closing dailies back above 1041. That's simply based on this price action here. You can see we broke down. As soon as you start to reclaim 1041, even though you were under the moving averages, what occurred? Well, you just started to use this as support. It made shorting kind of hard for these 3 days. So we don't want to experience that. We need 1041s to reject. Ideally, that'll just play into markets across the whole, like Tesla putting in that bearish retest potentially. Right, hasn't hit it yet, just like Bitcoin hasn't hit the daily 9 yet. So could do it, but I mean, when you have an SMA 200 and an EMA 100, a breakdown just looks like a bearish retest until proven otherwise. So that's Bitcoin. We'll know though today if we're wrong, specifically if 1041 gets reclaimed or if that daily 9 gets reclaimed. If the daily 9 gets reclaimed, that'll just be really good confirmation that, yeah, this probably was just a low and we're front running 99.8s. Because the daily 9 on this rally up has been pretty epic. You lost it here, you reclaimed it, exploded up. And the whole time, bulls had a free move up on this daily 9. Like, if you just played the daily 9 on the moves up, it really did eliminate all the chop for you. Like, truly. Okay, cool. Reclaimed it, lost it. Let me close this trade for a little loss. Cool, we reclaimed it. Let me open along on the daily 9. So you position there. And then boom, broke out. Cool. Let me add. This is the higher low, daily 9 add. Boom, broke out. It's like if you're just playing the daily 9, you printed and here you lost it. Cool. Let me close the long from down here. All right, cool. We just reclaimed it. Let me reopen the long. Sweet. We're breaking out. Let me add. Cool. That's in profit. Add. Boom, in profit. The point I'm trying to bring home is if you are itching the long and you're itching for a bottom and this is it, don't make it hard for yourself. Just wait for a daily 9 reclaim. You'll know that that's an SFP of the meme lines. We're back within this range. Now, 1093 is a real possibility when you're back above 1041. And then reclaiming the daily 9 will just be kind of like confirmation because you're now back above the 21. You're back above the daily 9. And now you could have a lot of trapped bears here fueling the move up to 1093s. But until that happens, you have to really understand that this is going to be looked at as a bearish retest across the board and more of like a gift to bears. That's how I'm gauging it. Even the median here, you can see it's right at 105. So it's like even if you ran your stop here at 105.968, like the high of this wick, still have a good chance of rejecting the median before that gets ran. The point being is I'm just still in the camp that today's more of a gift for people to reshort. Now, could be wrong, and if we just green dildo up, it'll be a great sign that, yeah, markets aren't as weak as I thought, and this was just more like a bear trap in the sense that you just have a bunch of breakdown traders in shorts, and now this is reclaiming that zone. If you don't cut it when you get the reclaim, which will be on today, yeah, you really could get smoked if you make that move up to 109.3s. 109.3s is resistance still, but yeah, we'll just take it from there. So that's why I posted a lot of Academy shorts. We're running a Bitcoin short. The short right now is filling. 104.5 was the last fill. So understand though that we very easily could go up a little higher, test the daily 9, maybe the median, and then reject. I'm gonna be really more concerned if you start doing this. Like all day, you're just like going past this, and then like you do lower time frame rejections, and then it just keeps going up. Really like want it to be like a scenario like this where it's like maybe it hits that once and then just dumps. And then all these longs that think the bottom's in get absolutely decimated, and all they don't want to, and then all the shorts as well that flip long don't want to reshort. And then we will be gauging this zone, which is right around that weekly 9. You're either going to bottom there, or that's going to be just another spot we're going to dump through. And then the daily EMA 100 will be a big spot. You should at least get some kind of bounce there, ideally. So that's Bitcoin going in today bearish. So we will see. Tether dominance still looks okay. I mean, if you're basically now just coming in for the median retest, it just looks almost the opposite, but the same as Bitcoin, which is Bitcoin's going in for the median bearish retest. Tether dominance is going in for the median bullish retest. This is a big zone at 4.75. I'd be watching that carefully. The idea today, though, is that this will lead to like a spring, and then this will get bought up. And then Bitcoin will lead to this just being a nasty wick. And then in hindsight, you'll be like, oh, yeah, this really did look like a bearish retest. So that's kind of the idea. It has to start rejecting here on the 108, 104.8 to 105 flat. But yeah, Tether dominance is still looking quite nice to me. BBWP is still breaking out. So, that's why I'm comfortable saying that this could just start getting bought up because volatility is, pretty hot still on Bitcoin and Tether dominance on the daily at least. Even here visually, right, you could just draw an easy meme line here. I'll do it this way. So it's straight. We like straight lines here. Like that, right? And what is this potentially? Oh, look, it could just be a bullish retest of this wick high in confluence of the 21, which was massive resistance being flipped into support. This actually makes me more bearish on crypto because, well, the top locally could be very in, or if we start really losing, right, 4.69%, then I'll be wrong on Tether dominance going up, and we have a real possibility of this 2-day volatility setup, which is at extreme lows, firing off to the downside. But until then, this really could start getting bought up around here. What does Bitcoin 2-day look like? I'm like realizing I haven't even looked at the 2-day. Wow. Interesting. Where's the 21? Donde está 21?
¿Dónde está 21?
I love that the one I want to just isn't loading. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this also kind of ties it in like nicely. Like visually, is this the spot to be max longing Bitcoin? Probably not. Will we know though where we're wrong and where we can max long? Absolutely. Daily 9 and 2-day 9. It's very simple. So yeah, I mean, after seeing this, I'm even more bearish now. I'm gonna look for more short setups after I'm done on Bitcoin because this is kind of it. Like this is the spot. Like you're either just gonna bigly reject once we tap this, or you're wrong or I'm wrong, and we're gonna take this high out, and that was the bottom. And congrats, bulls. But yeah, I mean, after I'm seeing Tether dominance, like visually seeing this in the 21, I'm like, yeah, this. I don't know. This very well could just start getting bought up here. So we will see. We're at a big spot now. Either break down here, we'll go all the way to 4.69%, lose it, or this will start getting bought up. And then the EMA 100 on the 2-day held, and now we can be more aggressive with shorts. What about the daily EMA 100 on Tether? Let's see that. Because that was another spot we were talking about. Yeah, that also got reclaimed. That's a big spot. So, it's like definitely not wrong to be looking for max short opportunities in this zone because you're either going to SFP this daily EMA 100 into the weekend, rally up and reject, or like, yeah, this will spring up. And then from that EMA 100, you're going to start making your move up to 5.22%. That probably correlates to a 96.5 on Bitcoin, or just testing the daily EMA 100. So Tether dominance looks very bullish to me. 4.69% was the spot. It held beautifully. You're now really throwing it back on the 2-day 21, which was solid resistance this whole way down. This is looking like a shift of structure while also reclaiming the daily EMA 100. Now, we understood, though, that we're probably going to get some bullish retests on Tether dominance, which correlates to bearish retests on Bitcoin. So we're there now. We can go maybe a little lower and test the 9, but I mean, visually, I'd want to see this wick high stand as support. I want to see the 21, which was massive resistance, be flipped into massive support. And I want to start seeing today, really, I want to start seeing bears flex today, really, and kind of show bulls that they're really in control. Because a lot of this chop that we've had causes, just a lot of complacency, buying the dips and ignoring trend. But this isn't a very valid downtrend. So that's it. Just be cognizant of that. I said I'd be done after Tether dominance. I'll quickly glance at Bitcoin dominance, keep the flow going, what I do. Okay, so Bitcoin dominance. It needs to just break this high, this wick high. That's it. It's the objective here. Break this wick high. Bears need to just break this down simply. Because what you could, this is still in an uptrend, just daily uptrend. But whenever you get a little price divergence where it's like right before it rejects, doesn't take the high out, you always have to kind of be concerned about that. Just because, downtrends can occur when you're in an uptrend. The itchings are the beginnings of them are kind of hard to catch, but that's often a sign. Then we can look at the lower time frames and see if we see anything else. So like, yeah, still bullish. You can see the reaction of the 4-hour EMA 9, right? You lost it here and then you dump. So it's like simply if you just lose the 4-hour 9, it'll be more concerning. But until then, this should hold the 4-hour 9 back test. You're just going to really reflect it back like what it did here versus here. Very simple. So it's either just going to do this or it's just going to play out what happened, before and actually break down. 63.86% is support though. 64.65% is resistance. Until one of those breaks, you're just going to be kind of in a chop zone because bears are going to be looking for either this low to get taken out and then confirm downtrend, or this high to get taken out and a confirmed breakout. So you very well could just chop within here. If you start doing something like this, not taking out this low, bouncing off the 21, that's bullish structure. It's what you need to see in the charts. And if you start really coming down, taking out the 4-hour 9, and then also taking out this low, yeah, it'll be really concerning for me on Bitcoin dominance. And it'll really look like Bitcoin dominance wants to go back to like 63% minimum with a daily volatility setup. Not activated, but brewing. So want to really watch that. Let's see here, the HPDR on this. Okay, so yeah, kind of ties in nicely with what I just said. Either break this wick, break out, which is evident of the 38.2% here, or this will just be the spot bears want to reject. Daily 9 is matched nicely with the median. So let me see the 4-hour as well. Yeah, so it's like the 4-hour, you just want the 4-hour 9 to hold. If the 4-hour 9 starts getting lost, you can then start segueing to the daily and then viewing the EMA 9 and the median. If that gets lost, then yeah, this will start looking more concerning, like a downtrend is emerging, and this low may not be safe. So that's all I have though on crypto. It's at a really interesting spot today. I think you're going to get pretty insane volatility. Either then this starts resetting and this was just like another failed setup, or you're just plateauing, you're putting in a bearish retest, and this is about to break out, causing Bitcoin to go down. Because this expanding, let's see. So this started to expand really yesterday. And then that was the move. So this is very freshly expanding. We're just retesting levels here. If this does start like trekking up to 50%, I wonder what that would mean on Bitcoin. Probably the daily EMA 100 gets tested. So yeah, that's all I have now. I'm done. Very interesting day. I'm going to look for more shorts potentially.
Nice.
Alrighty, fellas. I mean, excuse the coughing. I'm a little under the weather, so I'm probably gonna do that a couple of times. Like there.
There you go. I'll add even some more special effects to make you sound more manly.
Much appreciated, Tenir. Muchas
That's what you
gracias.
Oh,
That's
man.
so funny.
All right, I'm gonna start with the quarterly right now on Bitcoin, and I'll start by telling you what my bias is. Over the macro, I am still macro bullish, and I am looking for new all-time highs. But on the short term, I'm being more cautious. The reason why I am macro bullish is going to start with the monthly, the quarterly, and the monthly. And on the quarterly, if you look at the momentum, we are freshly flipped to the upside, getting above the moving average. The last time that we did that was back in late 2023 when we had some insane busting action, basically no pullbacks for 6 months. And the jewel is now still giving us a buy signal, and volatility is at 3.7%. Literally the exact same place volatility was at. Oh, actually, no, not my bad. Volatility was actually way, way, way higher whenever we did the busting action in late 2023 than we are right now. And we're getting momentum flipping up, uh, getting over the moving average and getting back over the neutral zone. And if you look at the HPDR, we are currently above the median, and we're still above it. Right now, the median is around $103,000-ish. And if you go down to the weekly, this $103,000 area does seem to, like, as soon as you can, it's probably more visible on the daily. $103,000 area gets a lot of bounces. Very, very, very respected. We busted through it, and now we are currently back over that $103,000 area, which is the quarterly median. And if you get any type of close over this quarterly median, that's what takes you to the top 38.2%. And it's not going to be a straight line. It's not going to be straight up. It's probably going to chop a little bit and then maybe even retest somewhere around $100,000 before blasting off to the 38.2%. And this level is going to change because right now it's at 193,000. Maybe it drops to 150. We'd have to see what happens whenever it does move. Now we go to the monthly. Monthly is right at that 38.2% resistance, which is $106,000. So it does make sense to reject this area. And if we do continue to reject, we're probably going to come back down to test this 50% and this 9 EMA, which is also going to rise. Right now it's sitting about like $94,000. I'm thinking it's probably going to rise to somewhere around like 95s, maybe 96s. And then that from there, if we do get that, probably going to spring us up towards the median. But right now, the median is sitting at $150,000 or $151,000. Invalidation for getting that move down to the 90s is getting in any type of weekly closure over this 38.2%, which is $106,000. Get a weekly close over 106, then I'm going to throw out the idea of going back to the 90s and probably going to be looking more for up and to the right. 2 week. 2 week right now has momentum flip to the upside. Volatility is still approaching extreme lows. It's sitting at 11.9%. The 2 week is now giving you a buy signal on the jewel and putting in hidden bullish divergence on the jewel and putting hidden bullish divergence on the HBDR momentum. Right now, we just have a 2 week reconnect with 5 EMA, and as long as we are above that 5 EMA, probably closing above it, probabilities are higher than not that we're going to test the median. Start to lose the 5 EMA, that's when you're going to get a nice move down to probably somewhere around the 9. And that's sitting about that $98,000 area. But I do think it's probably going to go a little bit lower if we do test that area. Probably get a little bit of a bounce at the $99,000 area, but I'm expecting a sweep of that, tap somewhere around like 96s. And the invalidation for getting that getting a move down is continuing to close over the 5. If that keeps happening, then we're more likely to grind out some type of bottom right here before going up to the median, which is the new all-time high set up at $116,000. Weekly is now getting momentum flipping down. This is what's cause for concern for on the short term, with volatility contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a higher low. We currently have multiple rejections of our top 38.2%. So once we lose the 9 EMA, we're very likely going to come down to the 21, and the median is going to continue rising. It's going to line up somewhere with that 21. And this is what gives me my bias for somewhere around that $96,000 area. This 21 is going to slowly rise as well, probably going to be somewhere around like 95.5 to like $96,000. And I'm going to be considering that a very, very, very high opportunity area at the very least for a little bit of a bounce and looking for a test of that top 38.2% after there. And once we're getting at this liquidity in this zone, we're probably going to start zooming to all-time highs, probably rather quickly. Let's go to the jewel now. Jewel is very close to giving us a buy signal with the pink crossing above the yellow. 5 days also shifted to the downside of momentum and volatility. 5 days now giving us that jewel signal. Pink and the yellow are now kissing. They're touching each other, as we mentioned before. They're going to show the courtroom where they touched each other. But we should expect a short-term move to the downside while that signal fires off, because we have the jewel starting to lose the buy signal. And as of right now, we are getting a nice little move down. I can't use the measure tool because the left side of my screen is currently broken because I'm a retard, like my laptop screen. So
we
can
don't say
somebody
I'm a
measure-
retard in this channel. We say I'm a Rizzo.
Oh, what?
It's the new way of saying it. Like Snoop Dogg used to say, for shizzle my nizzle, I'm a Rizzo. It's like the new word for retard that I just invented right now.
It doesn't roll off the tongue like
I know
retard.
it doesn't do. I know. I tried, but Rizzo does mean retarded to me. Either way, I'm sorry. I apologize. I tried. I tried.
So I'm unfortunately not going to be able to measure how much of a move down this is because I don't have access to the left side of my screen. The new computer is currently updating, and this piece of shit says 5 hours remaining to update. But
what are you trying to?
I'm trying to measure 5-day open to low.
Oh,
We have momentum
Open to
shifting down.
lows.
Last time we had momentum shifting. It's how much?
3.98.
Okay, so basically 4%. Last time we had momentum
Yeah.
shifting down from this area in the bullish control zone, we ended up going basically a little sideways. We made slightly higher high, and then we went sideways again and down. So we're gonna, if you are bullish, you're gonna have to hope that momentum flips back up somewhere around this reset zone and it doesn't make its way to the bearish control zone. Because if it does make its way to the bearish control zone, you're more than likely to come down to this bottom 38.2%, and that's below $90,000. Taking out all of these lows at that point, you're very likely going to retest the $70,000 area. But until that happens, I'm more leaning that's probably not going to happen. Probably going to flip back up somewhere in this reset zone. 2 days now, trying to flip back up a momentum, getting right at the moving average, getting out of the bearish control zone while volatility is not going down. And we're very close to getting a sell signal on the fuel. If this fires off, I'm going to be more on the side there of a short to medium term downside price action, and we're probably going to test that $95,000, $96,000 area at a minimum. But on the opposite end, we are putting in momentum lower than all of these lows, while price is putting in a higher low, giving us a possible hidden bullish divergence. And this will confirm with a close above about $106,843. When that happens, then we're very likely going to this top 38.2% at about 178,000. Daily as well as flipping back up, getting back over the moving average, getting out of the bearish control zone, while volatility is now at extreme lows. If we can close over that median at about 105,140, very likely going to retest somewhere around 110 to $111,000. And at that point, I'm probably going to be or I'm going to be expecting that we probably go to new all-time highs. There's going to be a lot of liquidity about 110.5 and about 111.9 ish area. And once you tap that liquidity, probably get a God candle to about 115 or 116. 4 hours also currently flipping up, going along with the idea of a short-term bounce with volatility approaching extreme lows. And now Jewel is giving us a buy signal on the 4 hour right at the bearish control zone. But on the opposite end, the pink is currently freshly crossed below the yellow, but they're right next to each other. So we do see some nice busting action. If we get a close or on the 4 hour, preferably over this, over the 38.2 and the 200, but preferably over the median, somewhere around $105,300. Very likely this pink is going to cross back over the yellow, and that likely puts you a little bit higher in price to test somewhere around this 106,300 area. And this is the area where you have to close over on a I would use to be safe about a weekly basis to say that the macro bottom is in and we're probably going to go all-time high. But if you want to if you want to be aggressive, you could use a daily closing basis over this $106,300 area. It's not as high probability as the weekly one. Well, let's go to RSI. Quarterly and Tether still has 3 drives of bearish divergence. It is going to be active as long as you're closing below 5.85%. And our Tether is very close to a quarterly bearish engulfing. Your next target is going to be that neutral zone, the reset zone, and that currently sits at about 3.58%. That's a good amount lower than where we are right now. Can't measure it, but take my word for it.
Huh.
Monthly has confirmed on the last monthly closure a drive in hidden bearish divergence, marking this as our next major lower high. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing below 6.24%. And it would have a target of hitting somewhere around this 100 EMA at about 3.48%. And if it line up with any of our RSI targets, the simple moving average is at about 3.7%, which is very close. 2 week is very close to putting in a single drive with bullish divergence. It closes in about 2 days and 10 hours. And it will confirm with any close above 4.78%, which we are all sack here above right now. And if that confirms, it's going to give us an easy target of hitting the bullish control zone, which is right now at about 4.84%, not that far off. But the next area, if we can get closures over that 4.84% with volatility this low, if this happens, we're in a bear market because this number is at 8.15%. And that's like getting back to the highs in 2023. Very likely we're in a bear market at that point if we get to those prices. There is still a possibility of that divergence taking us up to this 55 EMA at about 5.25% and then rejecting here. That would be our move on Bitcoin to somewhere around like $96,000. Weekly is currently very close to invalidating this bearish divergence. It will invalidate with any close over about 4.83, 4.83%. Actually, you could probably use about 4.7%. And are we very close to getting volatility expansion. So that would be a nice little capitulation candle on Bitcoin if we get volatility expansion and invalidate this bearish divergence. 5 days already put in, hitting bullish divergence on Tether. Your easy target is exiting the bearish control zone. That's at 4.88%. Your next level is the reset zone. That one's at about 5.47%. Bias right now is that we're probably going to test that 5% area. 2 days got that volatility set up, 2 periods of 0%, but we're going to get to this on the momentum chart. Daily is very close to invalidating this hidden bearish divergence. Well, actually, my bad, it already did invalidate. I'm retarded on disclosure here. It will be active once again if we can get a close below 4.62%. That should take us to somewhere around this neutral zone, which is at about 4.26. Four-hour, nothing. Now let's switch over to the switch gears to the Bitcoin. And by the way, there's also like a nice little head and shoulders right here. I'm not going to measure it because one, I can't, and two, if it's going to give you a negative numbers. Quarterly on the Bitcoin still has active 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over $76,702 and you're getting volatility expansion from the lowest level ever. The monthly has now invalidated the bearish divergence, putting in a drive of hidden bullish divergence, and now you're getting a confirmed volatility setup with volatility above that 15% and above the moving average. We're going to go to this more in depth in the volatility and in the momentum chart. 2-week also has on the RSI has that hidden bullish divergence, just like Jewel and the HPDR momentum, and you have a pending volatility setup with a buy signal on the Jewel. Your first target is going to be this bullish control zone and the simple moving average, which is at about $116,000. Very interesting number. Come on. Daily currently has many drives of bearish divergence active. Your what's going to be your natural resistance area is going to be that neutral zone, which is about $107,300. But if you can start closing over that area, we'll see if it lines up with any of our price targets. Very close to this previous lower high. Likely you're going to get a move into the bullish control zone. That's going to be your minimum move, and that's sitting right now at about 113.5, so slightly new all-time highs. But divergence is still going to be active, and you should not assume trend reversal until you have a reason to assume that. And the daily also has head and shoulders right here. And this move, I believe, takes us to about $96,000 last time I measured it. Also increases, or also puts points into my bias of $96,000. See if it lines up. It lines right up with our 100 and 200, 100 EMA and 200 SMA. 4-hour has hidden bearish divergence, but it has been, I believe, yeah, it has been invalidated. This is going to be a resistance area right around that $106,000 area. Get a 4-hour close above here, then you're very likely the bottom is in, and you're going to be testing 109. So go to the momentum chart now. Let's start with Tether. Tether is currently strongly flipped to the downside with volatility approaching extreme lows, and it's going to be flipped down below 5.66%. But once this does eventually flip up, as long as you're closing over 2.23%, it is going to confirm hidden bullish divergence. And that likely marks the end of our bull market. And that's going to take us very likely at the minimum up to 7%, but probably higher. Monthly is currently flipped to the upside. It does close in about 24 days, and we are projected on this next open to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone, and this likely pivot goes up. I was thinking that we were going to be at the edge of the bearish control zone on this current monthly open, but we didn't quite make it. We were only at the 35 point. We're very close to a volatility setup as well. Only 17% on the volatility on the monthly. 2-week is currently freshly flipping to the downside with a pending volatility setup, and it's going to be flipped down below 5.63%, which is like 20-ish% above current. I don't want to call it price because it's not really a price, but percentage. Let me get Fibonacci away from here. He's trying to sit on my computer. Please go away, sir, senor. All right, let's go to the weekly. Weekly is it's also flipped to the downside with very, very close to getting volatility expansion, and it's going to be flipped down below 5.37%. I don't know what it is about cats and wanting to sit on your computer.
Well, I don't know what it's about, guys. I don't know what it's about women trying to sit on your face. Damn it! It took me a long time. I tried to do it just on the first shot, but it didn't work. Sorry.
4 hour, I mean, for a 5-day currently does still have that silver cross to the downside on Tether, and the move up is currently still just a rejection of that silver cross. But if you do get a close over about a 4.83%, I do think the silver cross is likely going to get invalidate, and we're probably going to get a move up to somewhere around that 5.1 to 5.2% area. That goes along with Bitcoin moving to about $96,000. Let me move this other computer. He's sitting on it, and I don't want the new computer to get broken into. His Fibonacci is kind of fat ass. Momentum is currently freshly flipped up on the 5-day with a derp of life. Last time we had a derp of life, we had a pretty significant move to the upside, and we're going to be flipped up about 4.49%. And if we were to go based off of the last couple of times that we had momentum flipping up, we went up to the 200 SMA. Which right now the 200 would still be technically a lower high. I just in this area would be bringing Bitcoin price so low that probably it's going to be over. This is going to be lower than $90,000 very likely. So we absolutely do not want to see a closure over this meme line if you're bullish on crypto. 2-day currently has that volatility set up on Tether, very close to confirming the expansion, and we are currently pointed up as long as we're above 4.48%, and we have a derp of life. That would easily take us up to somewhere around this meme line. Daily is currently freshly flipped down, telling you short-term of a downside move on Tether, which you are getting at the moment. And we have volatility expansion, and you are flipped down below 4.84%, very close to that number. If this flips up, probably get a nice little God candle to this meme line. If we can close over this meme line, then I'm going to start shifting more of the medium term, maybe even macro bearish. 4 hours also flipped to the downside on Tether, and it's going to be flipped down below 4.93%, and it's rejected the critical zone. So right now, because volatility is expanding, contracting, it should be seen as a higher low. But the second this stops being a higher low is if you take out this wick low, which just lines right up with this 200 SMA at about like 4.7%. And at that point, it's no longer going to be a higher low, and you're going to come down to this meme line at a minimum. Let's switch over to Bitcoin. Bitcoin is still strongly positioned to the upside on momentum with volatility expansion from the lowest level it's ever been at, and it's pointed up above $95,200. Come on, monthly is freshly flipped up with that confirmed volatility expansion. So now we have a setup, and we are going to be flipped up above $103,750. And if you look at our previous volatility setups, we have one fired off right here. Momentum was pointed to the upside. It played out to the upside. We had one that fired right here. Momentum was pointed to the downside. It played out massively to the downside. We had one right here. Momentum was pointed to the upside. Played out massively to the upside. We have one. Let's find some more. Oh, we have no other ones. So as of right now, this setup has a 100% hit rate. I personally would not want to bet against a 100% hit rate, and sure, it could fail, but I'd rather bet on the side that's been happening historically, and it's more than 3 times. 3 makes a trend. So very likely this is going to play out to the upside as long as we are closing over about $103,750, which we are about $1,000 above right now. And that's also another reason why 103s have been getting a lot of a bounce until that move yesterday where we swept them. But now we are currently once again back above that area. Monthly has confirmed hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic as well as the Joule and the RSI. With a volatility set up, it is screaming to me macro that we're probably going to break out after getting some type of chop solidation and maybe a test of the 99s or the 90s. I mean. And as of right now, we are still above this meme line. Sure, we got a nice little move down, but we are back, bounced back up, and once again over the meme line. As long as we're over that meme line, I'm gonna have to assume that we're more than likely gonna test our current all-time highs. 2 week is also giving that volatility set up a little load for many periods of 0%. Now we're back below that 15%. We're above the moving average. Just slightly above the moving average. Just about to confirm that volatility expansion. And we are currently flipped to the upside on momentum above 92.5. So now we have a monthly volatility setup confirmed and a two-week volatility setup in the background brewing, and both of them have momentum flipped to the upside as long as you're above about $92,500. And we are like $12,000 above this number right now, making it extremely high probability this plays out to the upside. Weekly is also getting volatility expansion with momentum pointed up above about $97,000. 5 days currently freshly flipped to the downside with volatility contraction as long as you're below $111,000. That brings you to somewhere around, if you do sweep these current lows, about like $97,000 to $96,000. Probably closer to this meme line, about like 95,150 to 96. Why is this talking? What the fuck?
Oh, you activated the voiceover function on your computer.
How do I turn this off?
You got to go into settings, accessibility, voiceover.
Okay, it shut up for now.
And you call me a boomer just because I'm 40 years old? God damn it.
Cállate, MacBook. 2-day currently has that volatility set up on Bitcoin below that 15%, close to expansion. And we're currently flipped to the downside on momentum, and we're going to be flipped down below $109,750. That would one of you mind taking the price from our current price point down to about 95,150?
Sure. 95,150. That's a 9.2% move.
Yeah, pretty respectable, almost double digits. And
Right
that
to
should
that.
take us somewhere around. Sorry.
No, yeah, it's right to the daily estimate 200 basically.
And it takes us right to the edge of the bearish control zone. Very likely going to put in some hidden bullish divergence off of this low here, and then probably get some busting action. And it's also going to be a massive fuck you to anybody who tries to play the hidden shoulders, because the daily, not really the daily one, so the daily one has a target of about $96,000. So those people would eat. Daily is giving volatility expansion now, but momentum freshly flipped to the upside. That's an interesting observation. And it's going to be flipped up above $103,850. So if we can close over this 106,000, let's zoom in. If you want to be aggressive, you could use 105,941. If you want to be more conservative, you would use 106,844. And if you do get a close over that area, very likely this volatility is going to cause some busting action to new all-time highs. 4 hour. 4 hours also flipped to the upside, and we are going to be flipped up as long as you're above 100,000, let's say $101,000. I want to see a closure over this 106,000. Roughly $106,000 area and these moving averages, and then I'd expect to move minimum to around 109 to maybe 110, and then at that point you're in real danger of going to new all-time highs. So on the higher time frames, macro, I'm still leaning more to the bullish side that we're probably going to hit new all-time highs. Although on the short-term time frames, I'm a little bit more cautious. On the quarterly, we have momentum strongly positioned to the upside above $95,200 with volatility expansion from the lowest level we've ever had. On the monthly, we have hidden bullish divergence confirmed in the Joule, the RSI, and the stochastic and the HPDR momentum, with the volatility setup now confirmed, expanding above that 15%. And that the monthly setup currently has a 100% hit rate every single time it's the volatility is fired off, is gone in the direction of momentum, which right now momentum is up as long as you're above around 103,000. Oh, my bad, around let me confirm it for you. $103,750. And usually you get some insane busting action off of this. So probably it's not very crazy to see somewhere around 130 to $150,000. That's about roughly a 40 to 45% move from where we are right now. Previous times we did significantly more than 40-ish percent. So, but I would expect somewhere around that 150s, and that will probably be our blow off top. Probably happens pretty quick, and probably start a bear market from there. And that if we get it probably sometime around like third quarter of this year, I'd say we probably hit those highs. Third to fourth quarter. When we flip down, 2 week is also positioned to the upside. It's hitting bullish divergence. Only time frame that's currently down right now is the weekly and below, I believe. No, the weekly is actually also flipped up. 5 days flipped up. I believe it's 2 day and below. Come on. Yeah, 2 days is currently flipped down with a volatility setup, but daily is flipping back up. 4 hours freshly flipping back up, and daily is freshly flipping back up, making it a real possibility that these lows could be in. But I want to see a confirmation with a close over about $106,000 on a daily closing basis, and we get that. Then probably I'm gonna be around 75% on the side that it lows in, and we're probably gonna go to new all-time highs. But until then, I'm just gonna be more cautious on the short term while being more macro bullish in the long term.
Not bad at all, sir. I just closed my long with 20x leverage on Tesla. Did just a really cool 105%.
Base.
That's
Yeah,
good.
but listen, it's just Tesla. I don't understand why I didn't trade this before. This is the easiest thing for me to trade. I love it.
Did you buy?
I fucking love it.
Or
Let's
long?
go. Say it again.
Well, you long, right?
Yeah, of course, dude.
There was
the moment and I actually missed an entry, like I deferred it into 3 different ones, and I missed the last one by less than $2.
and you were right about that perfect bicycle, because yesterday Ross Gerber tweeted about how Elon is destroying the company.
The second they do that, dude, I don't need to look at the charts. You guys look at the technicals. You guys do all the complicated stuff. I just look at the retards on Twitter. That's all I need. That's my only reference. And the moment I talk to people and they're like, no, it's going to continue to go lower.
You literally did not need any technical analysis at all. You just needed Ross's tweet.
That's it. And he's one of the biggest retards out there, which God bless him. God bless that man.
He always makes these tweets at the bottom.
Always. But yeah, that awesome play. I hope some people jumped and hopped in that play, because he was one of the easiest ones so far. And yeah, I mean, so far we're gonna do those bearish retests everywhere. So just rather get out, take the money, paid for my late registration fees on my McLaren since they doubled my costs since I'm getting it back. So now it's free.
Yeah, fuck
There we
California.
All righty. Well, thank you guys. That was awesome and very clear too. So, and by the way, this is what also made me think this is going to be bottoming in here along with Tesla. And on this chart, I don't know why I had it like this. It was like perfect. So I have my 2 little different stupid options of meme line reassurance, and it certainly fucking worked, along with Solana not being extra weak. I hope this plays out to the short side, because I'm ready. I'm ready to take that money and make some more. So I appreciate it. Thank you, boys, thank you for the money. I appreciate you guys. All righty. Aquí les va Bitcoin. Damas y caballeros, estamos cotizando en 104,812. Justamente ayer me di cuenta que estábamos a punto de encontrar un buen fondo cuando venimos y tocamos el EMA 55 justamente acá, y fue tal cual la perfecta zona para este rebote tan delicioso. Fue lo que también me hizo validar un poco mi entrada en Tesla, y al mismo tiempo, al ver a Solana no caer a los 137 y abajo, eso me dijo, no tiene tanta debilidad el precio como todo el mundo lo está haciendo ver, y además, pues no había pasado nada. Todo el mundo perdiendo la cabeza, pero literalmente no había pasado absolutamente nada. Entonces aproveché eso, me llevo mi 105%, eso paga mi registro con el McLaren, porque me pasé, ahora me están cobrando el doble, solamente cuesta 100,000 pesitos, no, casi 120,000 pesos registrar el puto McLaren en California cada año. Porque es tuyo, güey, es tuyo, solamente tienes que pagarle al gobierno todo. Pero con eso dicho, es lo que hemos visto y por eso se ve tan fuerte el precio de los Bitcoin. Ahora, lo que estamos viendo también es un retesteo que podría ser bajista, un BR, un un bearish retest. Y estamos justamente ante el 21 y el 9 justamente por esta zona y tenemos que ver que aguante y poder cerrar por encima de ellos. Con eso dicho y hecho, vámonos al análisis pesado de Bitcoin. Altas temporalidades, lo sabemos, esta cosa continúa muy alcista. Tenemos la vela trimestral más alta de toda la historia. Estamos en 104,891. La previa había cerrado solamente en 93, lo que nos pone más de $10,000 por encima de ello y continúa. Esta es una vela engolfante, ¿no? Envolvente. Todas las chavas en OnlyFans se emocionaron. Envolvente alcista hasta ahora, siempre y cuando pueda cerrarte en este mismo estilo. ¿Por qué? Fácil para toda la gente que está aprendiendo sus velas engolfantes. Es simple. Esta vela puedes ver que está aquí arriba el wick más alto y esta vela es el wick más bajo y completamente absorbe la vela de antes. Eso es una vela envolvente y como es verde, es alcista. Hasta ahora, obviamente todo esto puede cambiar, se puede dar la vuelta, bajar hasta acá y volverse una vela topera y vámonos. Todavía faltan 24 días y 10 horas para cerrar, pero estamos muy por encima de nuestro promedio del 5 que está en 83,000 y también del 9 que está en los 64. Así que por ahora en la trimestral nos sentimos cómodos en nuestra posición alcista y continuamos. Aunque tenemos que decir, este pudo haber sido el testeo por acá, por adelantado de los 113,000 en la parte alta de la zona azul, pero estamos todavía por encima de la media. Estando por encima de la media que está en 88,000, donde está esta línea meme, nos dice que tenemos más probabilidad de en la siguiente sesión abrir por encima de la media y eso nos llevaría a la nueva parte donde esté la zona azul y tendríamos que ver dónde abre. Me imagino que sería más arriba, pero eso es pura especulación. Vámonos a continuar con solamente lo que estamos viendo en la tabla. Voy a quitar el HPR rápido. Ok. Volatilidad, teníamos volatilidad, por cierto, expandiendo. Ya lo han visto 1000 veces ante este movimiento tan agresivo. Nada mal. Déjenme ver si Tesla continúa. Uf, qué rico. Oye, qué rico. Imagínate haber vendido Tesla ayer, ¿no? En el fondo del fondo de esa caída. Mínimo el rebotito, llévatelo. Ahora, venimos acá, estamos en la mensual. Habíamos tenido esa divergencia bajista que la borramos y ahora tenemos una divergencia alcista y cada que tenemos una divergencia alcista en la mensual, literalmente nunca ha fallado, tiene un hit rate de 100%. Encima de eso tenemos a la volatilidad, pueden verlo. Recuerden, este es nuestro indicador, pueden bajarlo acá arriba, le picas el indicador en TradingView y pones BBWP, B de bebé, B de bebé, W de guacala, ¿no? Y P de puto. Ya saben que aquí en ETA, la escuela más fina de toda la historia, así que ahí lo tienen. BBWP y la volatilidad es la línea de colores, la línea blanca es el promedio de volatilidad, arriba es el 100%, abajo es 0%, yo puse esta línea meme acá en el 15%, porque nos gusta idealmente ver a la volatilidad llegar al punto más bajo, por debajo del 15% y después salir, pero cuando ves un setup de este tamaño, esto te está diciendo que va a haber un movimiento bastante agresivo. ¿Por qué? Porque vienes de uno de los puntos más bajos de toda la historia en volatilidad. Lo puedes ver. Este fue más bajo en el 2020 que te llevó hasta, creo que fueron de 6,000 hasta 60 y tantos mil dólares y hasta acá. Por cierto, alguien me escribió a burlarse de mí que compré Bitcoin en 60 mil dólares hoy. No sé si sepa cuánto está cotizando Bitcoin. Está casi en 105 mil dólares. Así que... Ni para eso es buena la gente, carajo. Decepción izquierda-derecha. Tenemos este setup de volatilidad empezando a empujar a la alza y está haciéndolo ante, vamos a poner por acá, una vela verde hasta ahora. Vamos a ver si lo va a continuar o no, pero por ahora empieza a pintar bastante bien la cosa. En cuanto estamos viendo la mensual, vemos que habíamos hecho este máximo, un mínimo más alto, venimos a un alto más alto y vamos a estar buscando dónde vamos a hacer el siguiente mínimo alto, el siguiente mínimo más alto. Y eso podría caer muy bien en esta zona de los 97, entre los 97 y estos 94, 895 mil dólares, más o menos, es donde esperaríamos ver ese rebote. Voy a ponerles el HPR también para que podamos ver y poner un poco más ahí de confluencia en esto. Correcto. Ahora, cualquier cosa arriba de esta línea meme, básicamente en los 105 $7,000. Esto es 106,000. Eso nos daría una alta probabilidad de ir a la media en la zona azul y eso sería en $136,000, que sería una absoluta locura para toda la gente. Se va a acabar el dólar. Ahí está, ahí lo tienen. Felicidades a todos, se va a acabar el dólar. Volatilidad en la de 2 semanas, muy importante. También aquí nos está preparando un setup como el de Hamas que tuvimos antes. O puede ser un setup de Nagasaki, pero tiene más cara y pinta de ser un setup de Hamas hasta ahora. Las probabilidades están con él. Podemos ver que estamos por encima del 5, encima del 9. Todo se ve bastante bien. La media se encuentra justo en los 105,400. Por encima de la media podríamos esperar un movimiento agresivo a esos $130,000 y eso es probablemente lo que vayamos a ver en el blow up top en el fin de este ciclillo. Más o menos algo así, un movimiento absolutamente absurdo en esa dirección que nos lleve a esos altos históricos, tíos. Pues nada mal, entonces, ahí lo tienen. Pueden ver cómo Bitcoin está definitivamente aguantando con mucha fuerza y acá solamente nos faltan $500 para poder empujar esto hasta arriba. Así que dedos cruzados. Semanal había tenido esta expulsión agresiva de volatilidad ante esta subida y pueden ver que se está volteando la volatilidad para abajo. Al voltearse para abajo podemos ver esta corrección, lo que nos dice que la alta probabilidad es una corrección, muy probablemente a esta zona o al promedio del 9 en los 98,678, lo que nos sigue dando confluencia a donde podríamos encontrar ese rebote. Peor escenario serían los 94,000, que también contaría como un bajo más alto que el pasado y de ahí nos podríamos ir al cielo, si lo quieren ver así, tíos, pero ustedes saben. Acá, 5 días, estamos también por encima del 5, 9 y ahora nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser los $109,000. La cosa es no perder los $103,000. De poder aguantar los $103,000 en estos cierres en 3 días y 9 horas, deberías de poder ir a visitar la parte alta de esto en los $109,000. Y yo creo que de ahí, si la llegas a tocar, vas a ir al mínimo al 50% en los 114 o hasta el 61,8% en los 121. 2 días, pueden ver que también 2 días nos están dando un setup de volatilidad. Volatilidad está por debajo del 15%, también el promedio esperando a que expanda. Y esto ahora no tenemos cero, pero por ahora estamos entrando en la zona azul. Entrando en la zona azul, nuestro siguiente objetivo va a ser el promedio del 9, que está en los 106,500. Una vez más confluencia en esa zona. Y de ahí reventaríamos a la alza a esos 109. De estar en los 109 ya sabemos cuál es la historia y de ahí muy probablemente 115 sean la siguiente realidad para el precio del Bitcoin. En la diaria habíamos tenido un cero de volatilidad, pero ahora se está contrayendo ante esta vela. Ahora, esto es lo que nos dice que probablemente esperemos una corrección antes de continuar subiendo. Pero la cosa está justamente donde estamos ahora. Si podemos romper esta zona por un poco, deberíamos de poder ir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los $108,000. De no poder aguantarla, muy probablemente en nuestro promedio del 55 no aguante otro golpe y nos vayamos por ahí a los $98,000. Para ponerlo sencillo, damas y caballeros, Bitcoin está viéndose bastante bien en todas las temporalidades, un poco dudoso en las temporalidades bajas, lo que nos sugiere que probablemente estemos ante una corrección, además de que tenemos este súper obvio hombro, cabeza, hombro, con una ruptura, pero ahora estamos regresando a ella. Y ahora, si este movimiento se diera a la baja, se los voy a cantar acá. Si este movimiento se diera a la baja, digamos que rompemos acá, eso nos lleva justamente a los 94. Si esto se llega a cancelar, estamos hablando de los 114, que nos pone en altos históricos una vez más y ya se saben el cuento. Así que pueden empezar a ver que esto se ve bastante bien. La cosa simplemente es tener el ojo bien pelado y aguantar. Si no, nosotros de nuevo estamos esperando un poco de una corrección antes de poder continuar a la alza, pero esa corrección puede que ya se haya dado y haya sido esta. Así que es lo que vamos a estar al pendiente en este momento y también esta es la manera más fácil. Por encima de esta línea meme alcista, por debajo bajista. ¿Qué te parece? Para simplificarlo, tíos. Nada mal, ¿no? Nada mal, hombre. Pues, ¿qué te digo, Pedro? Es algo que pues me fascina cuando lo dices porque lo pones sencillamente para que todo el mundo lo entienda. Vamos rápidamente al chat para ver qué es lo que nos piden por acá. El euro dollar, and then open door, because people are still asking about real estate.
Yeah. I'll be opening the door.
You'll be opening the door. So the euro dollar is Alex's gig right now. Let's look at that euro and say the same thing we said before.
Let's check out the old euro.
Good old euro.
Yeah, the old euro, Let's see. Oh, it's in a range. Okay. So let's go to the 5-day. It'll be better. So this is looking somewhat weak. I mean, on the 5-day, you're getting these wick high rejections, showing you that sellers are showing up here. There's a very good chance at this point that we're going to make our move to the 5-day 9. The 5-day 9's been holding on euro, so there's no need to overcomplicate it now with this moved up right at the range lows. You start losing this range low, which is at 1.12598. Yeah, you're going to start going down aggressively. Next objective for me would be closer to 1.10339, with maybe a mean reversion bounce right around here at 1.11555. But you would be gauging a bounce anywhere within this zone to just be bearish retesting this. What was massive support should be flipped into resistance, giving you good confidence of any kind of short trade you're taking. So for here, though, I mean, yeah, it's looking more rejective. We can see the 5-day HBDR, and you can even see basically tells you exactly what I just mentioned. Rejection of the median takes you to the 38.2%, which is right around the 5-day 9. You lose that, you're going to start breaking down. So for me now, I mean, you should just be gauging that more short bias than long here. Now, granted, today, though, you are still holding the daily 9. You're very close to taking out this last low. That'll be good confirmation. Take out June 4th low, lose the daily 9, then you can start being aggressive on shorts. Because as of now, they're just using this wick high as an invalidation, but you very well could bounce off the daily 9, right? The 5-day looks bearish, but the daily could start bouncing here. But as it stands, I'm really not confident that the daily is going to hold the 9 today. Therefore, then you could start formulating shorts just simply based on the daily 9. Low leverage short it, stop here, and then target down here. That would make sense. It did hold very nicely. If you see support, you'll have to really gauge. And then if you take out this low, right, this was the last higher low, higher high. Now this isn't a confirmed daily downtrend. That to me is smart. That could be a setup for the Academy brewing. You saw when we did lose the daily 9 here and actually got follow through, not here and then reclaimed, but actually got follow through down. Pretty immediate. And it, what I like about Forex is it trades down very to the book. Like it's very nice, very respects the trend. And when that does shift, that's definitely something to take account for. Because like where Bitcoin can easily trend shift on the daily fairly quickly here and there, on Forex, it's for me less likely, and the trend shifts hold more. You can even just see here broke the last higher low, and then ended up going down. And then here you have the trend shift, higher low, breakout, boom, took out the last higher low, lower high, break down. See my point? It's very to the book. When you understand the trend, then you can play it, or at least have your risk more set. So the daily, to me, the daily 9's the gauge. That's going to tell you if we are going to be breaking down. It's nice too to see the 38.2% top of the range right around the daily 9, because that's also very important, because we've been in like a breakout posturing on euro. Getting back within the blue zone would be another good point of confluence that, yeah, maybe we were going to come back down. Median is right around that 1.129. So, just kind of plays into the idea that this is in a range. Bears want this weekly to turn red, basically. They want this to turn red. They want this to start making its way to that weekly 9, and then that'll be the big test. This isn't looking the best, in my opinion, on euro. We wanted the 1.95 to come, but remember, it was all dependent on this wick high. So I simply have this meme line based on this wick high, and that's just been guiding the resistance. And so it worked out pretty nicely here. And so rejecting that again is not a good sign. This is at a very interesting point where it could start heading down. The next measured move would be closer to 1%. It's more like 1.92%. But still, that's an actionable move 100%. Yeah, I mean, really on this 3-day, Bears' only objective is to lose support and start trying to run this low. getting that 3-day trend shift down. It is still bullish though, and just that's why I started this chart off with saying, oh, it's still in a range, because it is. You had this false breakdown, retest, went down, and then just got bought up. Now you're here again. Bears want this to start breaking down, bearish retest to then come down. That's why there's no range. Like when you identify a range, there's no FOMO, because you're either just playing within the range, shorting, longing until you get either the breakout or the breakdown. Or yeah, you're just waiting for the short, right? Because ranges do break down. If you're more on that bias, you're just kind of waiting for this. You take entry here, and then you target it right around that 1.1. So euro does look more corrective to me, though, specifically on the 5-day, the weekly. Very minimum can start testing those weekly nines. That's coming in nicely right around the range lows. So at this point, I don't see why it wouldn't. Specifically, when we do see we're already rejecting the weekly median. Next objective would be the 38.2%. So right around the weekly 9. Should be not disregarding this zone here. It's either really until you break this wick high that we formed in April, or you start really breaking this range, which the range lows for me is 1.12567. Really not going to get much follow through, but rather maybe you're contracting volatility. Let's see. So yeah, the daily in this range is contracting. So you are getting a volatility setup soon. Bears are really just going to be betting for this to start breaking down from here, and euro's topped, in my opinion. Because if you start coming back up to here, you have a really good chance of starting to break out. And then if you start reclaiming again that April 11th wick high, yeah, that's what you need to start taking you to the 1.9 level. So yeah, I mean, range trade this if you will. It definitely has the setup to come down to range lows. Be more aggressive once you start losing that daily 34, range low meme line support, and then the weekly 9. Once you have all those three, you can then aggressively short. You see here the daily EMA 100 is right around the next objective, which is 1.1042. So it's good confluence. The moving averages are nice on Forex because you really do get like some easy price action. Can just literally be like that easy. Or you just lose the daily 9, bounce off the 34, rally up, test the 38.2%, which the daily 9 comes around there, comes back down, consolidates under the daily 9, breaks down, rallies up, bearish retest, breaks down to the EMA 100. This is basically what shorts want on like the daily time frame. So, but yeah, that's all I have. I'll be wrong if you start taking out yesterday's high. Taking out yesterday's high would confirm a breakout for me, and then consolidating on April 11th high would be the recipe to break out towards that like 1.19 level. Yeah, that's it. I mean, weekly could get ugly here. Very minimum. I mean, you could just test back around the EMA 100, 38.2%. You're rejecting the 61.8%. That is what rejected us on April 1st. So, I mean,
sir, how can the
we'll
euro be
see.
bearish if the dollar is going to disappear? That's impossible. Come on. Have you not listened to all the propaganda? I mean, the news? No?
Well, I agree, sir. But the dollar bears are wrong because they're just neglecting the major level we're at. Well, you can be a dollar bear once you start losing it. We said this before the month closed. Okay, if the EMA 100 on the monthly gets lost, that'll be a big sign. It didn't actually.
But I was told that the dollar was going to zero and XRP was going to $589.
Oh, yeah. Soon, though.
Soon. Yeah, soon. What else was it? It was the 2-week estimate 200. Yeah, didn't lose that. Yes, terrible candle, but still didn't lose this 200. This 2-week estimate 200. This is a very, 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 very strong one because Dixie has a lot of data, and you can see here that when you're gauging the 2-week estimate 200, this is big zones where you can bottom. So until you lose this, the monthly EMA 100, you're just kind of like front running the breakout, and that generally doesn't work. So like it's pretty easy. Okay, you lost it. Short on the 2-week EMA 9, no close above, rejected, dump. Like it's pretty straightforward once you lose it. So I just think that's funny because when you're gauging this and euro's looking bearish, it's like, well, yeah, because did the dollar even take out that last low? Like, I think what was it like Let me show you. It was this one. I think it was this low. We were calling a bottom, I think,
It
in
was.
April. No, I think so. I'm unsure though, but didn't even take it out yet. So now you're even getting that price divergence, which is exactly what horny bulls want here. And then they just want to spring up and then actually test that monthly 9. Objective still for me on Dixie, as long as we're not taking out this low, is like at minimum 102.74 to like 103.42. Now that could either just be a major retest, rolls over, rejects, or you really start reclaiming the monthly 9. This really starts looking like a bottom, and then forex bears get absolutely decimated on Dixie. So yeah, that's why like when you mention Dixie, I know what to look at already, and bears failed, so we have to wait until next month. This month, really, this next 2 weeks. But yeah, they failed. They were supposed to close under this EMA 100. This would have nuked us down, but that didn't even occur. Let me see the HPDR now on the dollar. So I haven't even seen it on the monthly. And then yeah, that actually ties in nicely because yeah, you might rally up and then yeah, you're either going to reclaim the 9, this is bottomed, or this will just turn into a bearish retest. So it's like boom, and then it could either do that, and visually it's like yeah, that does look like it. Retest the monthly 9. Your breakdown 38.2%. Or you really do start like reclaiming that monthly 9, and then this is just like the beginnings of Dixie going parabolically up. Because one thing I'll note on Dixie is when you look at the 2-week and you really start looking at that SMA 200, one thing I've noticed is when it does hit that and hold it, it does like to bottom and go parabolic after. So like again here, December 2021, bottomed around here, consolidated, chopped, and then absolutely went parabolic. And that was off the backs of the 2-week SMA 200. Difference though here is, yeah, the EMA 9 was above that, so it was more bullish, but no, it is actually above it too. So you were just getting more support off that is what I meant. And then here, lost it, pretty aggressive dump once you lost it. And then here you consolidated, chopped around it. Let's zoom in. So it's like it tried to hold it here. How big are these moves too? These are pretty big as well, but yeah, no, chop, lost it, consolidation, even took out the lows here. Crazy. Massive hammerhead, often a bottoming candle, specifically on higher time frames. These become stronger. Would have been concerned here because you didn't reclaim it, but you quickly see here it reclaimed, held, bottomed. Point being is went parabolic after. So the point I'm trying to bring home is that you get major moves off this 2-week SMA 200 up or down. It just generally follows, lose it, retest, major downside move on the dollar. And then here, see, you reclaimed it, and then this was kind of like the spark of a major bull market on the dollar. Lost it down. And even here, once you lost it here, take it from there. We'll be conservative, 12% down. So that's why I just think it's kind of not smart. It's whatever you were saying, Alondra. Risotto? What's the
Oh
word?
yeah, it's a little Rizzo. It's a little
Yeah,
Rizzo.
Rizzo.
Yeah, it's a little Rizzo.
My mind.
It sounds like an Italian retard, no?
Yeah, it's just bro.
I prefer the word pendejo.
I'll say love it. I also think retardo is a real it sounds like an actual name.
Retardio.
So it sounds like a Ricardo. Although no ill will towards any Ricardos. I'm just saying retardo. I do love retardo. It's pretty good.
Andrew Tate invented that retardio.
Well, if it retardio, but I'm saying retardo.
Yeah.
So mine's Mexican, the Mexican version of that.
So like when I look at the dollar and we're gauging this, and this was populated in 1976. It's not like we're like looking at a shit coin on the 2-week and we're like looking. No, this is like a legit, like this is a shit ton of data attached to it each time. And I just want you to like look at that. Anytime you get around this SMA 200 up or down, you're gonna get a parabolic move after. It happened here, happened here, it happened here. This was a 13% move down. I know it doesn't look crazy, but it was. This was crazy up. down. And so now we're here and you have all these people bearish on the dollar, we might dump. We very well could. But until you start losing those levels, it just seems very not smart to be front running a breakdown at a major spot like this. So
can I also point out it shows a lot of strength in my view, because I thought yesterday we are going to get the capitulation after everything that came out. Like that's when all retardos found out that oh, the dollar's going to collapse. So even with all retardos on Twitter screaming that it's the end of the dollar, it didn't end.
yeah, no, it
That was
didn't.
shocking.
It's not
Yeah,
even in.
shocking.
It's very close to reclaiming even the weekly median, which would be a really big sign for me to see. Because notice that the weekly median, once you lost that, I mean, you just started dumping. So reclaiming back above the weekly median, causing this price divergence. I mean, this is giving bulls an easy. This was an easy long yesterday with your stop here. If you did, catch that now you can just run it break even, and you're kind of just wanting this to turn really green and green dildo up. So yeah, I mean, after looking at this, it's like until you actually start losing those levels, which you could, but we just won't know now until like the next 2 weeks minimum. Yeah, you really shouldn't be trying to front run a collapse of the dollar, specifically when we're looking at data from like the 70s. And each and every time that we get to these levels, it just doesn't, you get major moves, over 10% moves every single time. So minimum, what would be a 10% move off this? Up and down, let's just see. So it's like back around the 108s, 90s. And then here, like $88.64. So yeah, I mean, pretty interesting to see that. So in summary, if you're really trying to be a bear on the dollar, you're way better off just kind of sitting on your hands, letting the degens chop themselves out, and waiting for the loss of the major level. Because if the dollar starts losing this level, it's big concern. I mean, that'll be a big concern. It's a major zone, and it's similar to like when we were dumping on stocks and everyone was getting very nervous. You just go on a weekly, 2-week look at the SMA 200, often on a major chart with a lot of money, a lot of data. That's generally major spots on any chart. So with the dollar, there's no difference here. You can even notice that if you do get that bounce to 103s, be very cautious. That very well could be a bearish retest, but you start really reclaiming specifically that monthly 9, and that'll be my confirmation that this was a bottom. But there is more of a chance, in my opinion, now. If you reclaim this median, I'll say that, going up to here and doing this, and then you have to really wonder if this was like a higher low. This will be the higher high break. This is what you need in a bottom, the trend shift. Makes your way up to the monthly 9, and then we'll have to see. But yeah, I mean, very interesting. Bulls now will just be using this low here on April 21st low. That's the big low. If you start taking that out on the dollar, I mean, you could start seeing a major move down. But until then, I mean, bulls are going to be looking at this as the low now. They want this to turn green, median reclaim on the weekly, and move up, essentially springing off the 2-week SMA 200 and just moving up. Monthly EMA 100 is even better. Consolidation, that just moves up. Next objective will be the monthly 9, 38.2%. From this point, though, I mean, that is still like a 3.3% move. So then going back to the euro, it's like that's why it's looking bearish. Dixie is still holding where it needs to on the 2-week. Let me gauge this on the 2-week. Same with euro, but I mean, you'll know this is topped when the 2-week starts losing the SMA 200. It's the same exact thing, just to the downside now. We can look anytime, right? The euro's either rejected the SMA 200, it's been down, but what about deviations? Okay, we held here, expanded, and like as a bull, you need this to hold. Like it just always needs to hold. Anytime you lose it is a major concern. Because if you're very bullish, this is going to hold in theory. So then you lost it, retested, and then absolutely collapsed from this point. Jeez, 17%. under a year. Is that right? Yeah, 322 days. It's crazy. The Europeans were not happy at this deviation. But it's like the flip side though, right? It's like you had a price divergence to the downsides, you had an easy invalidation, and then the deviation here, your confirmation, you had your bearish retest, your entry, and then you print it. So it's like that's why there's just really no FOMO in trading. If you just like know the only way you really screw yourself is just with emotions and getting antsy and breaking your rules. Here even, I mean, logical shooting star. So if shorts were running this stop, losing the SMA 200, you had you had like a month and a half of being able to short this. Invalidation would just simply be this or any 2-week reclaim of like that SMA 200 on like a manual close. That way you don't have to eat a whole stop loss. And then, yeah, that worked out well. And then this, geez, maybe I should be shorting the euro. This is insane. This gave you a free, like literally every 2 weeks you were just printing.
Thank you, sir. That's exactly it.
Yeah,
That's
so
exactly it.
now we know the levels to watch because it's like, you start deviating and you can stay above it and it's perfectly okay. That's fine. But again, it just needs to hold. Notice here, we didn't really lose it and then we went back up. It's fine. That's cool, but can't lose it ever. So that's it. You just need to hold it. And anytime you lose it, that's going to be your max short trigger on euro. Dollar's probably going to do some combustion action and that's it. Euro bulls want this to basically happen, just consolidating before we make the big move up. So now it's a race against time for bears. You just need to get the deviation. Could be very well what happened here. Very easily. Reclaim or not reclaims, just holds above it before you just collapse. So got to see the expansion. It's a very important zone here, I will say, on Forex. And we keep saying that, but it's true. So like bears don't want this to start turning red. This was kind of like they need this to start breaking out. You're again just like on Dixie getting the price divergence. You just need confirmation of the deviation. Then we can easily short this. And then at minimum, next objective for me will be like 1.091. And then yeah, you could play within the moving averages. Could do this, but it's like as history has shown, it's like. Okay, your SMA 200, so it's like here. Let me see. Yeah, I mean, like you were still above the EMA 100, got a slight bounce, but it's kind of like your confirmation is once that SMA 200's lost, you're good. I mean, at least this was the only scenario where the SMA 200 was above the EMA 100, reclaim, lost. The idea would have been, okay, maybe we scale shorts out here. But then that just wouldn't have worked because it would have just dumped through. So that's why I look at this stuff because I'm like, well, if I would have shorted this, I probably would have had everyone close here. And then that is where the real move would have started. So that's why we just want to be really cognizant and just really cautious if you do make your move down to the EMA 100. What we've seen is when that estimate 200 is above the EMA 100, consolidation, deviation down, that this could just be in the beginnings of a major breakdown. Probably means volatility then starts resetting. We are at 100%. So, right, you've got that off the backs of this move. So if it did start resetting, it would be to the downside. And then the 2-month, I believe, has a setup as well. Yeah, and I mean, why even euro could be just like grinding a top here is because of just the EMA 100. You lost it for a long time. You just stayed under it. Grinding up, this just looks like a bearish retest. I mean, like for real. Until you like reclaim this, cool, but you really shouldn't be getting bullish here on euro at all, actually. I wonder what the DIX looks like on the two month. Okay. More bearish. It's not the best, but the hopium is what I showed on the weekly essentially. Yeah, I mean, it just seems not very wise to be getting bullish here. It's similar to here actually. Rallied up, epic rally. Everyone's bullish on euro, and then this just kind of where it stopped. Just notice, yeah, we wicked above it, but you're noticing price just reverts back to it. Lost it, dumped. What else? I mean, yeah, it just seems very premature to be saying what everyone's saying about the euro versus the dollar. In my opinion, like it just seems crazy. The Dixie has not lost the monthly 2-week major levels that it needs to absolutely hold, and is still holding. And euros just rallied up to major resistance. While also this was a bearish retest play, you lost it, reclaimed, lost, capitulated, and then if you're just playing off moving averages, this is it. So yeah, that for me it is interesting to see that because a lot of people are bullish on euro.
I
So
don't. I think it's just a narrative, dude. I really don't think people look at charts at all, like prices of anything. I've noticed that when in Mexico, for example, which I'll say it in English because if I say it in Spanish, I'll get death threats. But in English, I have no problem because most won't speak English. That will send the death threats, not you that are understanding me, right? But in Mexico, they were doing a campaign that the peso was really strong against the dollar, and that they've been like the president's been doing an amazing work to get that the peso up, and the peso was like at 20 fucking to 1 when it was at 16.5 a year before, and people were literally coming into my page and go like, ha, see, just posting like the news, the dollar is fucking shit compared to the peso. It's like, are you not looking at the fucking chart, you retards? And they're even coming to fucking tell you that. So 99% of those people, dude, are not looking at any of this shit. None.
yeah,
You're trading versus the most retardios out there.
yeah, no, I see that because well, all it took was just a few minutes to look at this, and I still think the dollar's bottomed, and we know our clear levels and where we're wrong. You start taking out this low. I'll just be professional. June 4th low. This will be in a trend shift, downtrend. You're going to want the daily 9 to get lost. That'll be possibly the spark of a move down. You could easily chop around here. Bulls need this, or bears need this low to hold now. Bears want this. Bears want this low to hold. Bulls want this to get taken out. So now you have a easy risk management right here. Anywhere around here is just for me a short. I don't think, and I think the extremity will be the 2-month EMA 100. It's the same thing as what I was saying, kind of like on Bitcoin. You didn't fully hit it yet, so you could hit it here, and then that'll just give you an even tighter RR short. If you're trying to run with that, you just have this as your stop loss, this high, right there. So it could be like this, and then it rolls over. So, but I'm pretty bearish on the euro. I mean, and I'll totally shift gears once the dollar allows me to. So 2-week and monthly. I'm not gonna just disregard that and front run that. It'd be very dumb. It's like, oh yeah, let's just max short the dollar at major is support. That doesn't seem wise, and that often sparks major squeezes up. So maybe that's why we always move bigly off this SMA 200 up or down, because it's just people don't understand. It's like here, oh, dollar's over, boop. Oh, damn.
I had to fight with so many people back then when I was like, the dollar's getting stronger and stronger, even though the market was coming down and everything, and the dollar was just going all the way up there. Everybody was still fighting me, saying that he was not. So this is what I'm saying. Like, it's not worth listening to anything they tell you online. Just enjoy.
What about this too? I mean, 6 months now, just basing off this EMA 100. That's as bullish as it could literally be. Yes, the argument it just populated. True, that's true. But this is a 6-month. You already see the rejections here, so price does respect it. You rejected it, and then this rejection
breakout. Yes, sir.
8%, and you broke out from it. Now you're just retesting it. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's really
that to me is what's guiding my bias too. By the way, the 6-month chart, because I like to see forex on that temporality, because it takes forever for those time frames to play out, but forex takes forever to play out.
No, the forex respects moving averages more than anything, stocks and crypto. I think so, at least. So this, I mean, it looks like it's front running the 6-month 21. That's significant because you can really the 6-month 21 is a big spot for the dollar. You can just see it down, rejection, 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 rejection. It's all on the 21, all on it. So you could be arguing that, yeah, that's just, with the argument, okay, we hit the 21, this has to hold, this should be the opportunity if you go back, but this has to hold. So yeah, it just, again, just kind of plays into, if you are max bearish right now on the dollar, it just seems kind of like you did good, but you should maybe start packing it up. The volatility aspect here is interesting because I wanted to start breaking out here. Flipped bear. Not bear though. I don't know. The interesting thing is, as a bull, the max bullish scenario would be in the next 24 days. This is like a spring, and then this closes back above the 6-month 9. That would be great, honestly. And then bears would absolutely be fucked. Like looking at this on a 6-month, and you've shorted this around here.
Mhm.
Oh, you'd be fucked, because this is a 6-month, and now you're just like shorted the lowest point on the 21. You'd be looking back here like, oh man, like we only bounced once off here, didn't test it after that. And that's when the panic starts ensuing, because it's like, even here, it's like you don't really play the 21 a lot on the upside. Did I just short the bottom? Will be what everyone's going to think, and then this will start going up, because this also, I won't say it's a bull flag. It's kind of, it's kind of been too long, but really not bearish. It's kind of funny to see that 12-month
Look
9,
at that.
like, wow. So yeah, I honestly, we could be totally wrong on this, and that happens, but you even have a 9 crossing the 21 here. You're just now, you hit the 9. So this just plays into, this should be bouncing soon. And then what does euro look like on the 6-month? Ooh, this is like I love shorting things that look like this. This is just on a 6-month, so that's crazy. Oh, why is it not deleted?
That is indeed your bread and butter, sir.
That is literally it. Yeah, it's like you get boom, boom, boom. It's just simple, but it's just on a 6-month, so it's just bigger ranges. That would have played out. Oh, I mean, you reclaimed it here, but even having the stop loss measure here would have worked nicely. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I'll just conclude with, well, I still think the dollar's bottomed. As long as we're not taking out that low in April, I still think it's bottomed. And well, you absolutely should not be bullish on the euro at these levels. I'll just say that you're right under the monthly EMA 100, rejecting the 21 here. This just looks very bad. So yeah, that's all I'll say. Is that also the median? Oh wow, huh. So like maybe we should be getting shorts out for the euro, because I mean, it doesn't get more bearish than that, does it? You have a 21 median right here. All right there, already hit. 21's, again, important. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad I looked at this, because I was wondering about the dollar, but it brought a lot of clarity to me. Dollar still looks very bullish, and it actually looks like it's grinding out a bottom on the weekly. So I'd play into that. You can really start playing the euro to the short side more if you start losing the daily 9. So really be gauging that today. Lose the daily 9, good. Then you have you can start actually playing it, because what we don't want is to be saying it looks bad, and then daily 9 people max short this, and then we bounce off the daily 9. And no, let's wait for the confirmation. If this is truly bearish, it'll give it to us, and that would be a daily 9 loss. And then we can play back to the range lows, maybe play the range, lose this. This is where I'm going to max short euro right here. So, because even here, you lose the daily 34, you'll get that move to the 100. With what we already know on everything we just saw, a move down to here probably is not going to hold. And so I would want to be shorter on these levels. No trigger, no trade yet. So wait for the daily 9 at least. You can use this as your stop, and then you can play like the downtrend forming. So yeah, that's all I have on Forex. Hopefully that made sense. But Dixie does look pretty good. It's not. I'll give it that. It's looking pretty good. And Bulls totally failed last month at breaking it down, and they totally could have. So
This is my shit right here. Come on. Beautiful uptrend since 2008. Come on.
And see, everyone's front running that, and that's the funny part.
Here we are. It's breaking down. Yeah, absolutely.
It's like, uh-oh.
Dude, we're getting to this fucking yellow line 116. I promise you we're going to break it. We're going to, and I know this sounds insane, but I'd say 119 very least to 128. And y'all can make fun of me if we don't fucking hit it in, I want to say, in the next 18 months to 24. Like, literally, y'all can make as many clips of me you want. That's what's going to happen to the dollar. While the euro, the peso, the fucking everything is going to go to shit. So here's another. I'm always giving people clips. So let's go. Let's go. Thank you, sir. That was awesome.
Yeah.
And very clear. Ok. Estamos viendo al dólar. Le estoy poniendo una tabla anual. Cada una de estas velas es un año. Empezamos a tradear en el 67. Podemos ver que nos encontramos con este tope en el 69. Perfecto. Después encontramos esta resistencia. Justamente por acá lo pudimos romper. Nos venimos a apoyar, ¿no? En el promedio del 5. Una vez que rompimos esto, caímos agresivamente. Intentamos retestar de vuelta. No pudimos la misma línea. Regresamos para abajo y ahora vamos por acá. Ahora, si ponen atención, ¿qué tipo de movimiento es este con consolidación acá? Un patrón de Estados Unidos, hijos de perra. Y si eso se llega a romper a la alza, yo les he dicho que el dólar no va a tocar altos históricos. Yo les había dicho que el dólar no iba a tocar máximos históricos porque el máximo histórico es 165, justo acá en el 85. Se me haría loco. Para mí, yo ya me estoy atreviendo a decir muchas locuras, diciendo que el dólar va a llegar entre 119 a 128. Ese va a ser el nivel. Va a ser una caída brutal de mercado, va a ser una caída brutal de Bitcoin, va a ser una caída brutal de todo lo que te imagines, ¿ok? En lo que esto pasa. Vamos a ver cuánto toma esa capitulación. La última vez que tuvimos algo así en el 85, se imaginan lo que pasó. Pero no nos vamos a enfocar tanto en eso. Lo que quiero que vean, y porque estamos analizando el euro, es lo siguiente, ¿ok? Un segundo. No hay forma, lo pondría aquí. Ok, esa me la voy a guardar para después. Lo que quiero que vean acá, y déjenme elimino esta línea amarilla, no es necesaria para poder ver bien, es viendo la tabla en la anual, estamos rebotando justamente en el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está por encima del 21, está por encima del 34, está a punto de pasar el 55 y el 5 está arriba. ¿Qué nos quiere decir esto? Esto quiere decir sencillamente que está en una postura alcista, estás teniendo un rebote simplemente de tu zona del breakout, porque recuerda, vienes de acá, donde pierdes el promedio del 9, tienes una caída gigantesca en el 2003 y lo vuelves a retomar hasta el 2014, te tomó 11 años. De ahí, del 2014, veniste hasta acá al 2020, 6 años, hiciste un SFP a la baja, rebotas a la alza y ahora vienes a rebotar en el 9. Si no pierdes el nivel de los 98 planos, si no lo pierdes, esto simplemente está en la zona de breakout para dar un putazo a la alza. ¿Ok? Si esto llega a darse, y esto es lo que creo que se está dando, porque también el 55 había sido resistencia antes y ahora veniste a retestearlo. Recuerda que a mí me encanta donde veo que hay resistencia, 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 rompe y va a venir al retesteo. Siempre va a venir al retesteo, casi siempre se los he dicho. No, siempre se los he dicho y casi siempre lo hace. Ahí viene el retesteo. Este retesteo nos debería llevar a los siguientes niveles, mínimo la media o más arriba de la media. La parte alta de este canal está arriba de todos mis targets. Y de nuevo, no estoy diciendo que se va a ir a 165. Yo simplemente entre 119 y 128 veo al dólar sin problema alguno en los siguientes meses. Voy a agregar el HPDR, a ver si me puede regalar algo de confluencia en esto. Correcto. Estamos en el 9. Siempre y cuando no perdamos este 9, deberíamos de poder darnos una vuelta más al 108. Y ahí veremos. No voy a meterme en más porque son 12 meses de de tabla y no los quiero volver locos a todos, ¿ok? Eso es básicamente el dólar, lo que me dice que tiene fuerza. De nuevo, viendo tabla anual, el dólar está desde el 2008, 2007 en una tendencia alcista. Ahora, vamos al euro dólar, damas y caballeros. La moneda que definitivamente va a ganarle al dólar y deshacerse del dólar instantáneamente. Vamos a ver, desde el equivalente. Desde el 2008, el euro dólar ha estado en una tremenda bajada, ¿no? Pero también podrías argumentar del otro lado que el euro dólar ha estado en una tendencia alcista por acá. La cosa es esta, ya la rompiste a la baja, ya lo retesteaste y ahora vas a caer. ¿Lo puedes ver? Aquí todo esto fue lo que te aguantó y ahora estás perdiendo todos tus promedios. ¿Vieron en el dólar cómo estábamos literalmente arriba de todos los promedios por más que la vela fuera roja? Esto, para todos mis amigos que saben hacer cortos, si estás viendo esto, ves el 21 ser tocado en la gráfica anual, ¿cuál crees que sea tu mejor opción para hacer un corto en la historia en esto? Justamente acá, en el 1.15, y lo fue. Ahora, el euro, siguiente nivel a perder es en el 1.1365, siguiente nivel 1.13 plano y después el 1.10. Una vez que pierdas esos niveles es aire libre en esta tabla para irte hasta el piso, ¿ok? Y de nuevo, esto es desde el 2008 bajando, cuando el dólar en el 2008 hizo lo contrario y empezó a subir. Por lo que el euro está en una tendencia bajista a muy largo plazo y el dólar está en una tendencia alcista a muy largo plazo. Ahora les voy a poner el HPDR acá y es justo lo que estamos viendo. Rechazo de la media. Este rechazo de la media nos debería hacer aguantar los promedios que acabamos de mencionar y si no, vamos a regresar a la paridad y normalmente cuando vienes con fuerza para abajo, el 61.8% debería ser tu siguiente objetivo, que para mí es sin problema alguno el 95, 96 centavos. Personalmente creo que va a ser peor que lo que vivimos en el 2022 para Europa. La razón por qué es porque les estamos robando todos sus negocios y es así como funciona el mundo. Ok, es el euro en esa temporalidad. Vamos a la de 6 meses. Espérame, ¿qué acabo de quitar? Al 200. 6 meses, un poco de lo mismo. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, todavía peor. Silver cross to the downside on the 6 month. Not bad. Este cruce plateado a la baja, lo veniste a retestear por acá. Siguiente objetivo para mí va a ser, una vez que pierdas una vez más el 1.13, van a ser el 1.09. Una vez que pierdas el 1.09, vas a venir a la parte baja de la zona azul y de ahí más para abajo. Pero pueden ver, por ahora empieza a verse bien porque estás ganando esto, pero esto, el hecho de que no puedas pasar el 1.15 es brutal. Ahora, ¿dónde sabemos que estamos mal? Si puedes empezar a cerrar arriba del 1.16. 1.16 es lo que estás buscando si eres alcista en el euro y bajista en el dólar para poder dar continuación con el breakout a la alza. Trimestral, estamos retesteando el promedio del 100 y el 55, es un rechazo y estamos cayendo. Este rechazo es brutal. Siguiente objetivo debería ser el 1.12, de ahí tu SMA 200, que es el 1.1, y de ahí para abajo al 1. Básicamente al 1.10. Del 1.10 de perder el 1.10 una vez más, te vas al 1.08 y de ahí empieza a verse demasiado mal esta cosa. Atentos con la zona del 1.11 porque es lo que parece que está haciéndole un SFP más grande y esta va a ser tu próxima resistencia. 1.11 en el euro. Además de que tienes un setup de volatilidad, puedes ver todas esas velas verdes. Mama. Volatilidad está en la zona de las zonas más bajas en esta tabla, lo puedes ver. Y lo hermoso de esto es que no expandió volatilidad con este subidón. Eso quiere decir que no está la volatilidad dispuesta a apoyar este movimiento a la alza en el euro, como todo el mundo te está contando en las noticias. 8 de la mañana, Trump, Putin, Musk, todo el mundo se pelea. El euro va para arriba por alguna razón que nadie comprende, ¿cómo no? Cállense, ¿qué va? Y pueden verlo también acá, en la mensual, el euro ya está en el 61.8%. Y tienes una más alta probabilidad de venir a regresar a retestear la zona de la parte alta de la zona azul. Si lo llegas a hacer y no llega a aguantar el 1.11, ya se sabe en el cuento que hemos contado cuántas veces, 1.8, 1.7 y de ahí nos vamos para abajo. 2 semanas en extremos y aparte estás hasta acá arriba. ¿Qué nos quiere decir eso? Que definitivamente tienes muy pocas probabilidades de continuar y sobre todo viendo volatilidad después de ese movimiento que te dio acá, que fue este movimiento a la alza desde todo el 2025 básicamente. Ahora se está dando la vuelta y lo que tiene cara es que este SMA 200 simplemente va a ser un NSFP y aquí se va al pito. Tienes que aguantar el 1.12, 1.11. Para los alcistas del euro, 1.11 va a ser tu punto clave para aguantar y a la alza a romper el 1.16. Cumples con esos dos factores, nuestra teoría podría estar mal y esto va a ir para arriba. Si no llegas a aguantar este SMA 200 en la de 2 semanas, vas para abajo, siguiente objetivo 61.8, que es el 1.09, y de no aguantarlo, parte alta de la zona azul 1.06 y va para abajo. Así es bastante fácil, honestamente, este gráfico. Y me gusta verlo en altas temporalidades porque Forex se mueve muy lento. Para toda la gente que se pregunte por qué lo estás viendo así. No sé por qué había quitado todas mis líneas memes. Está engañando a todo el mundo, obviamente, con este bajo y luego este alto, pero en realidad habías hecho altos, altos y un bajo más bajo que este. Esto simplemente es un SFP en mi punto de vista al momento. Y una vez que rompas 1.12, 1.11 a la baja, vas a empezar a sangrar muy duro y rápido a la baja. Y esto te lo puedo decir porque el peso también se ve así. Aquí les había puesto esto, ¿se acuerdan? Al peso rebotando justamente en esta zona donde está nuestro promedio del 100. Ahí lo tenemos junto con el 55. Y ahí es donde está encontrando un poco de un pisillo también el peso. Si el peso dólar, ahora el dólar rebotando a la alza, es que eso quiere decir que va a subir de precio. Y es a donde va. La cosa es, por alguna razón, nadie lo quiere creer. El peso llegó a estar en 16.3 cuando hablamos de él hace un año diciendo que iba a empezar a perder terreno contra el dólar. Llegó hasta los 21 y cacho y de ahí se dio la vuelta. ¿Pero por qué? Porque vino a retestear la zona del breakout, que es el promedio del 100 en mi punto de vista. Este promedio del 100, una vez que lo rompió a la alza, tiene que venir a retestearlo para después dar continuación a la alza. Y también el yen japonés. Pueden ver esto y esto es lo que yo digo. El yen japonés debe de rebotar acá e irse para acá. Y esto, cuando esto pasa, es se está acabando el mundo, es reverse carry trade de Japón. Y salen todos los expertos a platicarnos del reverse carry trade y lo que va a hacer, pero que nunca ha hecho, que no ha hecho últimamente, es justamente lo que va a volver a pasar. Aunque está demostrando bastante debilidad esto. Si fuera continuo, y esto es por eso que estoy usando esta tabla, para yo salirme del mercado, para la gente que lo entienda o que no lo entienda más bien. Lo que yo estoy buscando es, una vez que esto empiece a cerrar arriba del promedio del 9 de las 2 semanas en el 1.46, justamente acá, empezando a cerrar por arriba de esto y llevándote este tope, estoy fuera del mercado. Me voy. Porque esto, cada que estamos aquí arriba, julio del 2024, el fondo local del mercado. Enero del 2025, fondo local en el mercado. Octubre del 2022 fue el fondo local del mercado. ¿Entienden a lo que voy con esto? Es literalmente cada que el yen sube estos niveles, es el fondo del mercado. Entonces, en Estados Unidos, eso quiere decir que se cae en lo que esto va subiendo. No me voy a rifar a esperarme a que esté aquí para empezar a actuar. Yo lo voy a actuar aquí, en el promedio del 9 del yen japonés, en la tabla de 2 semanas. Y ahora, regresando simplemente al dólar para que vean la imagen de lejitos, pueden ver que nuestro S&P 200 en la de 2 semanas está aguantando. Tenemos este mínimo, un mínimo más bajo. Y a mí lo que me sorprendió muchísimo, honestamente, de ayer fue lo siguiente, que después de todo el ruido y todo lo que les han dicho y que es el fin del dólar, el fin del mundo, etcétera, y que Estados Unidos se va a ir a la bancarrota, que es una gran narrativa lo que les están contando, ¿no? ¿Qué es lo que notan? Que con todo y ese miedo y toda la gente volviéndose loca y por fin todos los pacos empezando a platicar de, no, es que ya el dólar se va a desaparecer, lo vi en las noticias, no, qué feo, es el fin, es el fin. Cuando todos los pacos empiezan a contarme lo mismo, yo esperaría que hubiera sido capitulación acá. Y eso me hace pensar que ya vimos la capitulación, fue esta. Me cuesta trabajo creerlo que haya sido tan fácil. Me gustaría ver un velazo al 96, algo así, y de ahí rápido que retome para arriba antes de creérmela. Pero aquí yo no le haría un corto al dólar, ni de chiste, porque estás aguantando el S&P 200 en la de 2 semanas, en la mensual, perdón. En la mensual estás por encima del promedio del 100. En la trimestral estás por encima del 34, que fue tu zona de breakout también, aquí atrás. Una vez que rompiste ante este 34, capitulaste a la baja. Una vez que rompiste esto a la alza, te llevó a este máximo local y aquí estás retesteándolo para una vez más volver a subir. Es lo que yo pienso. Además de simplemente ver este gráfico con tus ojos tan divinos que funcionan perfecto, espero, y puedes ver esto. Parte baja del canal, parte alta del canal. Parte baja del canal, parte alta del canal. Parte baja del canal, ¿qué es lo que sigue? Parte alta del canal. Sí, es literalmente le están contando una narrativa que no tiene sentido en la realidad. Les están diciendo que el dólar va a desaparecer por alguna razón que no tiene sentido. Yo sé que fundamentalmente lo que les cuentan, y queda más que claro, es correcto. Si fuéramos a imprimir todo lo que están diciendo, porque nadie tiene una referencia de cuánto están imprimiendo, nadie. Y eso es algo que me rompe los huevos. Te están diciendo que van a imprimir, que van a regalar dinero, que están haciendo esto, y están haciendo literalmente todo lo contrario, señores. Entonces, no caigan, recuerden, no se llaman noticias, se llaman narrativas, porque en esa narrativa es donde vive el mundo. Tú quieres vivir en la realidad, ¿no? Entonces, quiero ver qué narrativa me están contando para saber qué no va a pasar. Yo esperaría, y es justamente esto lo que a mí me hubiera gustado ver. Puedes ver acá el promedio del 200, y si un SFP lo perdió, SFP lo perdió, este fue el breakout, y es por esto que yo les digo que aquí, en la zona de los 96, es donde yo voy a esperar mi capitulación final, donde todo el mundo va a venir a mi X y me va a decir, te equivocaste, eres un imbécil, no sabes lo que estás haciendo, y pito en la boca, porque además esto, quieran o no, bajo más alto. Así de fácil. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Es lo que estamos viendo con el dólar. All right, Mr. Farhan, what are you doing? Open door. The door is open. No, added you to stage because I don't know the fuck you went.
His door closed.
I got on my new computer.
Oh,
Now I have access to
nice.
my full
His door
screen.
closed. I get it now. I get it now. Well played.
Beautiful. Now I get the measuring tools. I get everything back. Wonderful.
Wow.
The
We're
largest,
cooking.
the screen size is also growing on me now.
Nice.
More real estate. So on the monthly, we are getting to a very, very extreme area on the open door. We're getting all the way down to the 97.5%. There is a high probability we're going to bounce at the very least, just a mean reversion, which is likely based on the trend to the downside. And that bounce likely could take us anywhere between about 78.6%, which is right now about like 77-ish cents, 77, 78 cents, up to the 61.8% and the 90 EMA. I mean the 5 EMA. That takes us up to like 70 cents, and that's quite a mean reversion bounce. That's if it goes up to the 5 EMA, that's like 30% of the upside. And usually things like this usually get violent swings to the upside to make a lower high, and then another aggressive dump, like as you see here. This bounce right over here to make a lower high was how much before the dump? About 57, 63%, and then it dumped how much? 76% to the downside. Very cool. So seeing a move up 30% would not really be that crazy. Just to get another lower high, and then we dump it all the way down to the 100% at around like 37 cents. This thing seems to be like only thing. I mean, the only thing you should be trading on this is like shorts. 2 week is now just about to flip back up on momentum, getting back over the moving average. Still in the bearish control zone, however, goes along with the idea of a mean reversion bounce, and that it is kind of putting in somewhat of a bottoming candle right here. We could see a bounce from here all the way up to our first target on the 2 week, which was that 5 EMA. Lines right up at the 61.8% in that same 78-cent area. Right now, the jewel is giving you a God mode signal in the background, but it has not fired the buy signal just yet. It's still on a sell. What's likely to happen is on this next maybe 1 or 2 periods, it's going to switch into a neutral signal and then into a buy signal, taking you up on your bearish retest. Weekly is also flipped back up, just about to get out of the bearish control zone, where volatility is contracting, telling you it's likely going to be a lower high, and you've already lost the sell signal on the jewel with that God mode background. Likely takes you up to somewhere around that 38.2%, same like 75-cent area, and then the 9 EMA is around that 78-cent area. So probably going to go a little higher than 38.2, right to the 9 EMA. High probability rejection here. And your stop loss would be, if you want to short it in this area, this candle high, 16%, pretty high. You would want to use very low leverage on this, if any at all. 5 days also flipped up on momentum with volatility contracting, and you have the jewel losing the sell signal. Gives you a target of somewhere same 78-cent area. 2 days currently flipped to the downside with volatility expanding. However, the hopium is that the jewel has lost a sell signal and it's on a neutral. So that does give you probabilities. Once you can get over this 38.2% of around like 68 cents, gives you an easy path to somewhere around 78 cents at the 21 EMA. And what's going to tell you that you're probably going to not just reject here and continue lower is if you can get a closure over this 21 EMA, because this has been significant resistance all the way to the downside. So getting a closure over this 21 EMA makes it so you're probably going to come up here to test this 55, which is significantly higher than where price is right now, but it's still a lower high in the macro. Daily is also flipped to the upside, getting out of the bearish control zone, now getting above the neutral zone, where volatility is at extreme lows at 3.55%. And now the daily is giving you a buy signal on the jewel, and the pink is remaining above the yellow. So let's mark this with a vertical line. Now, once again, I can do it. Let's do that one. That's enough. We'll just take one more and we'll call it a day. We'll call it a dia. So immediately a move of about 40% to the upside. This one, 20%. Not bad. This one was kind of a failure. Moved up 1.6% before going down 9%, then about 5%. I count this as a failure. This one, about 25%, very similar number to the 20. This one, 14%. How much have we done now? About 24%. Very interesting. The average of that 24-25% move has been hit. Let's see how much it would be to go up to 78 cents. About 30-ish%. 4 hour. 4 hours also getting momentum flipping to the upside, getting into the bullish control zone. 4 hour has volatility support, and now the 4 hour has an epic buy signal on the jewel with the pink crossing over the yellow and the light blue, getting out of the bearish control zone. Should continue to see a bounce higher on here, as long as you're holding the 21 EMA. Probabilities are higher than not that you're going to get a move to the 55 right around 73 cents. Let's go to the RSI. Monthly currently has active hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing over about 92 cents, 91.98. That's crazy. You'd have to bounce 50% to invalidate that hidden bearish divergence. And you're getting volatility expansion on the monthly. 2 week also has hidden bearish divergence, which is going to be active as long as you're closing below 79.5. You're already heavily in the bearish critical zone. See if there's anything on the low time frames. 3 days about to put in another drive of bullish divergence. It currently has 1, 2, 3. This is going to be the fourth drive, and it's gonna confirm as long as you are closing above 65 cents, and that will have a target first of the exit of the bearish control zone and then the neutral zone. The exit of the bearish control zone is about 71 cents, and the neutral zone is 96 cents. Very likely somewhere in that 70-cent area it's going to reject, especially since you have bullish divergence on contracting volatility. 2-day also has bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over 56.61, and your next move on the divergence is the neutral zone at 76 cents. Lots of confluence for that 70s number. Daily currently has many drives of bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about 55.661. Your next move on that divergence is the simple moving average at 70 cents. And then above there is the neutral zone at 78 cents. Very, very nice number. Nothing on there. Go to momentum. Look at that here. All right, momentum is currently flipped to the downside with volatility contraction on the monthly, and it is going to remain flipped down below 60 cents. So this monthly, as long as we hold 60 cents, we will flip back up. And the last time that we freshly flipped back up on the monthly was right over here. We flipped up slightly, and we saw a move up of about 80%. Good Lord. And then it just made a lower high and went lower. Wow. If this does flip up, let's just, for funsies, take it 80% from here.
So you forgot your ruler. You got the
Ruler?
magnet
Oh,
on.
yeah. I'm trying to zoom in a little bit.
Sure. I'm
80% takes us to roughly $1.20. And
And
that
that's
would
what
still
EMA.
just be a lower high. That's about the 9.
Oh.
Interesting. The 9 has been resistance all the way through. Deviation. 100. I mean, $1. I mean, 80%. Pretty insane. Go to the 2-week. 2-week will also flip up if you can close it with 63 cents. Last time you flipped to the upside was back over here, and that was probably going to be pretty wild. About 83.9% up. You can print off of this thing longing and shorting. Weekly is currently already positioned to the upside, and it's going to be pointed up above 59 cents. Whereas how's volatility? Volatility is slightly below the moving average. If it closes like this, it will confirm contraction, which is bearish to see momentum pointed up with volatility contracting. 5 days well is currently flipped to the upside with volatility expansion, and it will be pointed up above 58 cents. 2 days also pointed to the upside, and it will be pointed up above 59 cents. Daily as well is pointed to the upside with contracting volatility, and it will be pointed up above 59 cents. And the 4 hours going to be flipped to the upside with a depth of life, expanding volatility from 0%, and it will be pointed up above 59 cents. So on the higher time frames, this thing is still quite bearish. If you look at the macro trend, it's just making lower highs and lower lows over and over again. Every single bounce on this thing is to be shorted. You are getting very close to flipping momentum back up though on the 2-week and the monthly. If that does happen, I would expect a pretty violent swing to the upside, which would just most likely make a lower high right around the monthly 9 EMA at like $1.17 to $1.20. And based off of the low time frames, which are all flipped to the upside, the first target I have is somewhere around 78 cents, 75 to 78 cents, which is one of our RSI targets on the bullish divergence. And the next level above that 78-cent area is going to be roughly around $1 to $1.20. I don't think that dollar is going to happen though. Sure, it probably could. I mean, it definitely could, but I'd want to see a weekly close over about 78 cents before that. if you get a weekly close over 78 cents, you're probably going to see a very aggressive move over $1, and then that's very likely going to be your next lower high, because you would have to close over about $4.89 to break out of this macro downtrend. Very unlikely that happens. Even if we go up to $1.20, still nowhere near reversing the trend, and it's going to make a lower high. But short term, probably up to tap that 75 to 78 cents. If we can get a weekly close over there, then full busting action with the monthly and 2 week volatility expansion on momentum, probably see somewhere over $1.
Wait a second, what the fuck? You can't see my chart, or can you?
I can.
There it is. All right. That was great. And also, by the way, let me ask you the following question. What are you talking about? How is this going to continue to go lower? Is real estate not at the bottom right now, and then inflation's coming and it's going to go higher and everyone's going to buy 39 houses?
Impossible. I just bought a course from this Instagram guy who supposedly has a bunch of cars, and he told me it's going up.
His name is Manny Kashmin, and he told you that
I
commercial real estate was going up, and it's a great place to invest your money in for the past 4 years.
Indeed.
Well, he does have some cars, so you should believe it. Absolutely. All right, that was awesome. Thank you. I mean, this chart's fucking terrible. It was so simple in a way, right? This was a big ass fucking triangle and basically just nothing else to add. That's it. Everyone, this is all he did. Let's go. All right. I'll go quick so that we can get through more, because it's already 2 hours and 40 minutes going. Vale, estamos viendo Open Door. Open Door, por cierto, es una empresa que se encarga está en el rubro de bienes raíces, donde conectan, me parece que son compradores, vendedores o rentantes, bla, 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 lo que sea en bienes raíces. ¿Cómo está el mercado de bienes raíces? Como esta tabla, damas y caballeros. Lo pueden ver por acá. Es caída, caída, caída. Esto es una bandera bajista y pueden ver que rompió aún más a la baja, lo que nos está dando esa continuación. Pero en la semanal estás viendo que estamos en extremo y la volatilidad está contrayendo. Eso quiere decir que estemos ante una corrección de precio. ¿Ok? Ahora, con eso dicho, les quiero poner rápido el HPDR acá, que los va a volver locos como a mí. Solamente porque quiero hacer esto rápido. Pueden ver que estamos en extremos. Llegamos al 88.3% acá a la baja y te da más probabilidades de ir a retestear esta zona. ¿Cómo sabemos cuándo entrar, etcétera? La cosa más sencilla que puedes hacer, en mi opinión, y estás viéndolo en la semanal. Déjame rápido, veo algo en la de 2 semanas. No. Ok. La semanal es tu mejor guía de todo, porque la semanal te va a poner, en cuanto tengas cierres por encima del promedio del 9, eso es lo que estás buscando. Ahí muy probablemente vayas a tener la probabilidad de ir a esta zona del dólar o probablemente a los 90. Este movimiento es bastante grande, por más chico que se vea. Arriba el 9, lo voy a empezar a medir. Aquí, simplemente a la línea roja, son 18%. Al dólar es casi un 30%. Y ahora quieres chaquetearte y llegar al promedio del 34, ¿vale? Un 64%. Este podría ser el siguiente movimiento. Lo que pensamos es que vaya a ser aquí al dólar, honestamente, y pare. ¿Por qué? Porque eso te haría hacer altos más bajos que estos, y eso te pondría en posición para dar continuación a esta bajada. ¿Qué es lo que estamos viendo? No hay nada en este momento que nos diga que el mercado de bienes raíces va a subir. Yo sé, la inflación debería estar llegando, ¿no? Porque viene la inflación. Pero si viene la inflación, ¿no se acuerdan qué pasó la última vez que vino la inflación? Todo el mundo compró casa. Me imagino que va a pasar lo mismo. Entonces, aquí es donde todos los periquitos deberían estar apostándole a esto como locos de una vez en el fondo, pensando que se va a ir para arriba, porque pues viene la inflación, ¿no? Entonces, si viene la inflación, esto debería rebotar hasta el cielo y o vas a hacer millones de dólares. Entonces, recomiéndale a tus amigos pericos que crean que la inflación viene, que compren open en long para así poder nosotros hacerles el corto. Es básicamente eso. Es simplemente una continuación de lo mismo. Lo único que tienes que estar viendo es la tabla semanal, ver cuándo te puedes poner por encima del 9, que el 9 simplemente han sido desviaciones una y otra vez cada vez que lo haces. En la mensual te lo pone más lejos todavía con el promedio del 5, pero lo pueden ver, no, o sea, no tiene nada de fuerza esta cosa y continúa cayendo y continúa cayendo muy por debajo del promedio del 5 y eso te demuestra la debilidad que tiene. Por ende, en la semanal va a ser tu mejor gauge para poder actuar rápido. ¿Quieres entrar en long en esto? Rápido, arriba del promedio del 9 semanal. Y ahí sería cortar entre los 91 centavos y el $1. De ahí, más allá de eso, no meteríamos las manos al fuego por nada en esta acción. Ahí lo tienen. Let's go with Google.
Nice. Okay, cool. Let's go to the monthly first because the monthly,
Oh,
it's, let me, yeah, okay, cool. So the monthly actually is interesting because what we had on April was a trend shift on that low. You can just see here, Google's very easy with trends, you know, higher low, higher high. This low took out the last higher low, shifting it in a downtrend. So that's kind of the narrative going in. So on the monthly, if the monthly is in a downtrend, then we should be gauging this zone to be somewhat of the rejection zone. Now, if we start reclaiming, let's say 178 on like a daily, okay, cool, that's good. But until then, we have to really be cautious of this zone rejecting. Per the HPDR, this rallied up. It's now retesting the bottom of the 38.2%. This is the first logical zone you'd expect rejection to occur. Your volatility as well contracting. Actually, and it's also at the lowest point ever on this chart on the monthly. So a move is brewing here on Google. It's just more, is it going to break out or break down? You can see if you start reclaiming 178, if I shift to a daily and throw this off real quick, you start really reclaiming 178, even 176, that's more specific, 176. What you're seeing is this often then can slingshot you up to the next range around 193s. So you're within this channel, at least Google is, and you haven't really tested the bottom of it at all. Now, it doesn't have to, but if it did, it wouldn't surprise me. Maybe testing this before either breaking out or breaking down. But with the monthly in a downtrend, I have to really shift my bias and be more a bear. I have to more assume this is going to break down. I will say, though, the weekly is looking good. You're holding above the weekly 9, just reclaimed it. That dumped down, you basically retested the 34. So this has all the reasons to break out. If it doesn't, it's going to be a concern. So, you know, we're really going to have to gauge where this weekly closes, this 2 week even. My apologies, because this 2 weeks closing, and if this can't really get it back above 176, that'll be a slight cause of concern for me. Weekly as well, that's what I was trying to say, held the 9, broke out, held it, and then here what you see is it also held. So again, just kind of reasons on, it's more a race against time for bulls. There's no real reason why this wouldn't break out. You're noticing here we've tested it a few times, so it has been rejected. So that's why it's going to be important for bulls to get it up. And I think you see the trend shift more clear here. Lower low. You took out that last higher low. Bears are going to be gauging, you know, the lower high. Now, what I was trying to get to is if we start seeing 176 reclaimed on the daily, you see it has a potential to go up to 190s. If we go to the monthly, you can see the median on the HPDR is right around 188. So how we can gather is, yeah, I mean, 176, 177, you start really holding that. Google could find a lower high at the median is the point. So, you know, aggressive bears are going to be trying to catch this channel breakdown. And this is the lower high right at the bottom of the 38.2%. It is logical. But if 176, 177 starts to really get reclaimed, next objective for shorts will be around 188 to 194. That then just puts this in a bearish retest. SFP breaks out, maybe, boom, and then you roll over. And then what that would give us is a head and shoulders pattern. So you have options on Google. I do think we shouldn't discredit the trend shift on the monthly. That's quite important. And that does make me very bearish. So I just posted an Academy short for Google. I think that this is has potential to reject here. And then we can at very minimum test the bottom of the channel, specifically on the daily. We go here. reject the median, starts coming down, test this zone around 165. Where we'll know though, where this potentially is going to start moving up even before the meme line is holding that SMA 200. So we just don't want the SMA 200 to get reclaimed and then held, right? So like reclaims today and then just starts doing this. Because then all you have really is hopium at this meme channel, which is really not much, and a meme line, which again isn't much, is going to hold. Potentially, then you'll see the HBDR, the median on the daily, get reclaimed. That'll be good to then cut the shorts and wait for the reclaim of 176 before longing. Now, it doesn't mean SMA 200 max long breakout. No, it's rather just, okay, well, maybe this isn't the time to short. Let me cut the short, break even. Okay, cool. SMA 200 pushes up to 176. Now it's holding here. Okay, let me try to punt along. Because what you don't want is just to go, max long on a reclaim and then it just loses it. So yeah, I mean, that's all I have on Google. It's at an interesting point. I think you should see more towards the end of June, a move, beginning of July, if they want to prolong it. Now, it obviously could just break out now if it wants. It's very close to it, but that's the possibility. That's what I see on Google. I'm not too bullish on it quite yet. I want to start seeing at least the higher time frames prove it more. The 5-day was pretty ugly, and then we reclaimed some levels and we're holding, but that's the thing. I want to see it actually get reclaimed and like just consolidate, similar to the daily SMA 200. So like today, we really could start reclaiming that. Argument is consolidation, but I'm more in the camp that this is gonna probably do this and then this and then that potentially, or a breakdown. It all really depends. And if you are shorting this, I'm really just gauging kind of these highs here. So in summary, Google is close to a move. We see monthly volatility very low. It is close to a move, I will say. Up or down, it's harder to say. The moving averages are bullish, and we've reclaimed back above the weekly 9. You are back above the daily EMA 100, but catching resistance at the SMA 200. And that kind of just shows it's not very clear yet. You could go to 188s, 190s. You could reject here. The Academy has a short in anticipation of this channel breaking down to like 140s. If we're wrong on this, which we'll know before, if like the daily starts reclaiming 176, holding the SMA 200, we can easily cut this trade before taking a stop and then look to reshort higher. Higher for me doesn't mean that we're so back and this is about to go to all-time highs. No. I mean, we're in a monthly downtrend now, so we need a lower high to confirm that. A good way to do that would be going up to here, putting in the bearish retest, and then fulfilling the bear prophecy, giving us that head and shoulders. That would just be very clean to see, maybe even too obvious. We'll have to see when we get there. But the point being is it wouldn't be the most disastrous thing to move up. So don't, on the Academy Google short, don't bet the house on this breaking down because it could very well test the monthly median before rejecting, as shown here. So you have options, but Google, to me, it's just this monthly downtrend. I mean, that's just a concern now. The only way to really not be too bearish on this is making a new high. Reclaiming above 193s, holding that will be a great sign that we're going to start moving, testing the high at minimum. But until then, I really just don't want to get too bullish on Google when it's just in a fresh downtrend. That just doesn't make sense to me. And kind of looks like ES1. So, I mean, ES1's in a fresh downtrend. Yeah, monthly was great. Cool. Reclaim the 9. But, I mean, trend is still your friend and it's key. And I haven't heard one person talk about this being in a downtrend. Maybe I'm just wrong, right? I think this is a higher low, higher high, higher low, higher high. Like, this totally wiped that all out. So, I don't know. It makes sense that Google would look the same, in my opinion. So, that's all I have on Google. I really wouldn't get too bullish here. Move up to 188s, 193s could happen. That to me would be the lower high on the monthly. Wrong if you start reclaiming 193s and then actually breaking this high, of course, because then that puts it back in uptrend. But until then, bears are going to be looking at this now as a major high. this as the trend break, and now this needs to be some lower high, assuming then that these lows aren't safe and that we can basically have potential to go all the way to 140s. So, and that would be evident here. Weekly SMA 200 on Google. If you see that, and granted, like I said, moving averages are bullish still, but just that trend part, the monthly is very important to me, and that's interesting with this consolidation. Um, so if you start really losing, let's say this weekly low, you start going under this weekly low into next week, the week after, yeah, that'll really start looking bad to me. And then minimum you can go down to like 160s. That point, I don't think that's going to hold. And then our next target will be 140s. That should hold though, because we haven't tested that at all. Like in the charts, it's a little details, right? It's like we reclaimed the weekly SMA 200, and we've talked about the 2-week, weekly SMA 200 on a few charts. It's the same thing, specifically on Google. Reclaimed it. That's when bullish momentum really started. And then at this point, well, first trend shifted, higher low, reclaim SMA 200. And then at that point, you start to break out. The point being is you never retested that. And when you reclaimed it in March of 2023, you've just been going up. So if you did end up dumping down and you start retesting specifically the April lows, which again would not surprise me. We've talked about that. Like everything kind of retesting the April lows wouldn't surprise me. This would be kind of an opportunity. Bulls that skilled longs here won't want to do that because they're going to anticipate like a major dump. And most likely that SMA 200 retest actually holds, giving us a maximum opportunity. You already see the react. When I look at this, I'm like, wow, the reaction front running it was pretty impressive. What will the reaction be when we hit it? And luckily for us, it's a weekly. So if, you start even doing like spot buying here, right, which is logical, and then you lose it, you can just like reevaluate. You definitely have time, especially when you're bidding the extremities. So, would I be surprised though if Google went back to 140s? No, I would not at all be surprised about that. It's 20% move. And then what would be 195 from here? 193. It's a 10% move. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you're just going to be in this range and chop until you get a decision. Could happen today, potentially. I mean, we'll have to see. Potentially not, though. 176 remains the spot for bulls. You just see the rejections on that. SMA 200 getting reclaimed is the first good sign. You need that to hold. If you start losing that at all, that'll be potentially a SFP play, and then you can maybe be shorting off that. Here lost it, and then you started to move down. 21 held, moving up, but it's really the objective for bulls to just break 176. It's going to be important. So, why I think this is interesting is because markets kind of seem like they're consolidating, they're moving up, they're at resistance. They could break out, but I just am not convinced yet. And that's why I have my levels. So 176, if you reclaim that on dailies, yeah, we might then start making our way up to like the 188s, 190s. But this short's very volatile that I posted in the academy, and I think I might have filled when we were talking. So yeah, that's all I have on Google.
Excelente, senor. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to do this super quick. Then we have Oscar Health, which is the next one. And then after that, Tesla.
Whew. Oscar Health. I hope
So
Oscar is healthy.
OSCR. Well, when I saw the comment on the chat, I was like, is this guy saying like, hi, because his name is also Oscar, which is
That's why he bought it.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I was like, this guy is like promoting his name, his business, but I looked it up and it's a real company. So there you have it. There you have it, boys. Also, by the way, with the end of the dollar and the end of the world, gold didn't touch the all-time highs. Crazy, no? Who would have thought so?
Wow, amazing. If only some retard said 3,500 would be the top.
That was crazy. That's an excellent call. Like unbelievable.
Muchas gracias, senor.
No, from how long ago you did it. That was great. All righty. Let's get to Google. Oof. Look at something. Ooh. Okay. Ready for some Google action. Let's go. Ok, ahí les va, tal cual. Estamos justamente en medio de un rango interesante. La razón por qué, si los tengo en la mensual en este momento, puedes ver que estamos justamente ante el promedio del 9. Esto siempre te da oportunidades gigantescas cuando lo vas a tomar en cualquier dirección. ¿A qué me refiero con esto? Ahorita puedes poner, no vayas a poner toda la casa en esto, pero puedes hacer un corto acá y puedes hacer tu invalidación o el tope de esta vela en 177 o lo puedes poner con un cierre por encima del promedio del 9, ¿no? Que lo puedes ver acá en los 173.50. Esto te da la oportunidad de simplemente apostar en un extremo con una corta invalidación rápida a ver si te da el movimiento a tu favor. La otra cosa que puedes hacer es sencillamente, una vez que retome el promedio del 9, apostar a la alza en un long. Y pueden ser las dos cosas, ¿no? Porque esto también puede ser a la baja si es un rechazo y a la alza si no lo es. Vamos a ver qué nos dice esto, el HPDR en la mensual en Google rápidamente y podemos ver que estamos por debajo de la zona azul y esto da más confluencia. No cortaría yo mi long arriba del promedio del 9 si lo llega a tocar. Lo que yo haría es 174, porque casi 175. 175 es básicamente donde una vez que entras a la zona azul te da muy alta probabilidad de ir a la media que está en 187. Eso es la mensual. Voy a ir a la de 2 semanas para ver si encuentro más de esa información deliciosa que estoy viendo acá. 180, estamos en la de 2 semanas, estamos por encima del promedio del 21, estamos entrando en la zona azul y nuestro objetivo debería de ser 2 semanas, por lo que este movimiento puede tardar hasta un mes, 2 meses en darse a los 180. De romper los 180, estamos hablando una vez más, 192 a la alza. Semanal nos dice que estamos ya en extremos, pero del otro lado, lo que nos podría dar una corrección, efectivamente, y esto me hace más sentido lo que está diciendo Alex, que estamos siendo rechazados por acá el 78.6% y de perder, básicamente, o la línea meme, yo diría que los 169 vas a mínimo retestear los 162 y de ahí tendrías altas probabilidades de ir al 155 a encontrar tu siguiente bajo más alto, ¿no? Antes de ponernos completamente bajistas. Y diaria me dice justamente lo que dice Alex. Tenemos el rechazo en los 173, que es la media. Tienes aquí el promedio de los 200 en 171 y justamente el promedio del 9 abajito en los 170. Puesto sencillo. Si eres bajista, estás metido acá con tu invalidación aquí arriba. Fácilmente esperar si eres bajista, esperar a que rompas los 170 para abajo y de romper los 170 para abajo, muy probablemente vayas a los 160, a esa zona más o menos por acá, entre 165 y 160. Ahora, del otro lado, eres alcista, quieres poder cerrar por encima de 173. Yo no me metería en este trade acá si soy alcista. La razón por qué es porque no tienes confirmación de absolutamente ni merengues. Entonces, lo voy a poner una vez más en la mensual. Yo creo que la mensual me va a dar la pauta a lo que haría personalmente con Google. Y me gusta esta probabilidad. Creo que sí voy a tomar el corto. No le tengo, ahora sí que no le voy a poner lo que le metí al de Tesla, por ejemplo, porque no es de esas acciones que me sé tanto, pero tiene una invalidación sencilla en 174, es lo que yo pondría. También Alex mandó el corto bien hecho para todos ustedes que están en las señales, para que lo sepan. Esto yo solamente lo estoy sacando de mi culo, pero yo lo pondría ahí en 175 más o menos y básicamente esperar a que me dé un movimiento a 165 más o menos. Fuera de eso, lo cortaría instantáneamente con cualquier cierre arriba de 175 y estando en 175 en realidad me metería en long para esperar a ver los 181. Pero por ahora tiene más preferencia el corto, simplemente por ver el HPDR también donde está y que estás en el promedio, abajo del promedio del 9 en la mensual, que recuerda, eso normalmente es bajista para nosotros, si estamos por debajo del promedio del 9. Entonces, ganándolo, alcista, perdiéndolo, bajista. Y ahí tienes el cómo funcionaría esa operación. Okay, but let's go to the next one. Oscar Wilde. Dude, that's a hotel in Mexico.
Oscar Wilde.
You're going to go to Mexico City. There's the Wild Oscar Hotel. You should stay there. It's pretty good and cheap and delicious.
When I go to Mexico City, I stay at the Suegra's Casa.
I'm sorry. You fucking piece of shit. I'm sorry, fine.
I'm heading to Mexico City on the 13th.
Oh, are you? Nice.
Yeah, Swigger's birthday.
Oh, sweet. Good for you. Great food. You're gonna bring some of that arroz con leche back home again.
Yep, she's gonna make me a flan, some arroz con
Oh,
leche. We're gonna eat.
god damn. God damn.
I'll do the monthly. Quarterly doesn't have much data. So right now on the monthly, it is starting to look pretty nice. This is shaping up to be a local bottom, just has not confirmed yet. We have momentum flipping to the upside. Volatility right now at extreme lows, and the jewel is starting to lose its curvature. Very likely on this next monthly open, this is going to shift into a neutral. What I want to see is a close over this 9 EMA, but preferably close over the median. But you don't really need to close over the median right now. You just need to close over the 9. And that likely gives you a move into the median. And on this next monthly open, the median is likely going to change. If it moves down and price is above that median, that's all the confirmation you need that you're going to very likely go to this 38.2%. But based on how low momentum, how low volatility is, you're probably going to go to the 50%. That's testing somewhere around the breakdown zone before you went basically straight down. The last time you flipped back up from this area on momentum, it was right over here, and you did a pretty insane bounce from that point. It was about 302%. That's pretty insane. Let's see from the wick low. Let's be the most conservative. Take it 300% from there. It's like $44. That is what, like new all-time highs. If we do that similar type of move. For the 2-week. 2-week is now also flipped to the upside, getting close to the bullish control zone with volatility support. And now we have a buy signal on the jewel. Let's see how significant these buy signals are. You only have 3 examples, but 3 makes a trend. Oh, we have another one. It's a little early, but let's see. This was a move of about 63, 64% up. 146%. This thing's got some volatility. Damn, Oscar.
You wild.
210. 210%. At the moment, only about 43%. Let's see how high percentage-wise that 20-ish dollar area is. About 88%. And then at 45, that's 265%. Weekly, it's also positioned to the upside, now breaking into the bullish control zone. Volatility is supporting it, and it's got the buy signal on the jewel. We are currently over the 38.2%, and we've got a nice retest of it, and we're just about to invalidate the silver cross to the downside, which very likely will lead into a silver cross to the upside, taking you to retest these highs in the 20s. 5 days also flipped up into the bullish control zone with volatility support, very close to getting a major buy signal on the jewel, with the pink crossing above the yellow. Right now, I just want to see a close over this wick high, and that likely send this back up to retest somewhere around $20. 2 days also flipped to the upside, getting out of the bearish control zone with volatility sitting at extreme lows, and now the jewel is losing the sell signal. We are currently getting 2 rejections of the median, which gives you a probability of hitting this bottom 38.2%, which sits right at that 55 EMA. And what's likely going to happen is you're going to get a little bit of a move down, probably a strong buyback from here, and then you're going to see it very likely close over the 200. And then when that happens, this is going to silver cross. Very likely one more period, this is going to silver cross, and that likely sends you up to somewhere around this 38.2% at like $18. Daily is positioned to the upside, but you are rejecting the 200 SMA right now. There's a buy signal on the jewel, and it has been confirmed. But I would expect with this projection of the 200, if we continue to close like this, a little bit of a move down to retap this 5 EMA and this 5 and 9, because they're basically right next to each other, right at about like $14 to $15. Very likely bounces from this area and continues upwards towards 18. 4 hours currently starting to flip down on momentum, hasn't quite crossed below the moving average just yet. Volatility is still in an expansion phase, and the jewel is still on a buy signal. We are getting a little bit of a toppy pattern right here. It kind of looks like we're going to get a move down to test this fine EMA, but somewhere between the 9 and the 55. And you do currently have a fresh silver cross to the upside. So this would be a bullish retest somewhere between like $15 to like 1460s area. And very, very high probability at that point, the HPDR ranges would step up and you're probably going to retest them around 18. Let's check the RSI. Okay. Monthly had bearish divergence, but it is currently invalidated. And your next move of the invalidation is into the neutral zone, which is sitting at about $17.37. What's our high of this candle? About 1673. And the high of this candle is, so we've already tapped it. Weekly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence in about 3 hours and 16 minutes, and it will confirm with any close above $15.10, which we're about 40 cents above right now. And your first target off of that is going to be your bullish control zone, which right now sits at about $19.60. Goes along perfectly with the idea that we're probably going to get a move into that $20 zone. 5-day currently has a hidden bearish divergence just about to be invalidated. It will invalidate if you can close above $15.06, and then that sends you up to the bullish control zone, which right now is at 1985. More confluence for $20. 3 days about to put in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. And it will confirm as long as you close over 1506 again, and that takes you into the bullish critical zone, and that level is at $26.69. Very beautiful number. Let me get a little bit more of an accurate number by going into the settings. We're currently at 63. So let's bring the bullish critical zone down to about like a 70, let's say. Just change the settings. About $18. Very interesting. Fits my bias when I change the settings. 2-day doesn't have anything. Daily currently has an active drive of hidden bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing over about $13.87. And your next move is into the simple moving average at about $16, and then the level above there, it's a neutral zone at about $17.52. Some nice confluence for the $18 zone. Bullish control zone is at $20. Some nice influence for the $20 zone. 4 hour currently has active bullish divergence. Going to be active as long as you're closing above $13.88, and your next move is into the critical zone, which is currently at about $17.91. Beautiful for $18. Let's go to momentum. Uh-oh, clicked the wrong one. Little oscurito. Monthly momentum is currently flipped to the downside, and it is currently in the bearish control zone, very close to getting into the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down below 1783. Very interesting, because these pivots like to get tapped, even if we're bearish. Gives us that move it to $18. We just have to close the monthly over it to get that move higher into the 20s. And once we're testing these 20s again, we're probably going to break as the Canadians say, to test somewhere in the upper 30s to maybe even $40. 2 week is currently flipped to the upside with volatility now freshly expanding, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you close over 1176. And you're projected on this next open to be right at the edge of the bearish control zone. So if we are going to be bearish, this pivot is going to change up significantly in this next 3 hours and 13 minutes. Weekly is currently flipped up with volatility still expanding right at the moving average, and it's going to be flipped up above $13.10. And it's likely going to stay as expansion as long as you close over about $15.10. Zoom in on this momentum. Do we make a low? Oh, we made a higher low. Very interesting. Zoom out. We made a higher low on momentum, while price made a lower low, giving you bullish divergence, which is confirmed already on the weekly stochastic. That gives you targets of hitting somewhere at the minimum of $18. Five days currently flipped up as long as you're above $13.34. This also a higher low. This is also a higher low. Also bullish divergence on the 5-day. And it's going to be active as long as you're closing over 13.57, and your target from there is $18. 2-day is now about to freshly flip to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will flip up as long as you close over 15.23. Daily's already flipped up with a derp of life. Last time you had a derp of life, you had a pretty nice move to the upside of about, I'm curious how much? 43%. So let's take 43% from this derp of life. Roughly about $20. Wow. That's a nice bias. Let's go to the 4-hour. 4 hours also now freshly flipping to the upside with double derp of life, and it's going to be pointed up with volatility expansion above $15.10. So high time frames. On the higher time frames, this thing's starting to shape up. It kind of looks like it's putting a macro low, but it's not confirmed just yet. I'd want to see getting a close over this previous wick high, and then that for me would be confirmation, especially since momentum of the monthly would flip up. And the last time you flipped up on momentum around this zone, you saw a very, very massive move to the upside. If you measure it from this area here, you went up about 550%. And doing that from this zone would take us to new all-time highs. And the 2-week is now, everything with the 2-week and below is already freshly flipped to the upside with volatility expansion. You can go all the way down to $15-ish, and you would still be flipped to the upside. And you'll only really have 3 hours left to go for the bears to take it below $15. Doesn't look like they're going to do that. All the low time frames have confirmed, or not the low, but medium ones, like the 2-week, the weekly, the 5-day have confirmed bullish divergences. They all have minimum targets of around $18, which takes you about right around this previous high around here. And if you can start closing over those areas, then very likely you're going to get that divergence target somewhere into the $40 to $45 range over the next maybe year to 2 years. Right now, the invalidation of all of this is getting a daily close below about $11.20. So that happens, and you're probably going to break down very aggressively. But as of right now, I am leaning towards the move towards $18, probably a little bit of a pullback around there, then probably blast into the 20s.
Nice. Thank you so much. We're going to do Tesla next. I'll be as quick as I can. That's what I told my wife. Actually, it was not on purpose.
Oh, me too.
She keeps complaining.
3 seconds. Take it or leave it.
This is all I can offer. What else do you want from me? God damn it. What was I going to say? Oh, I'm liking the price on Bitcoin being at over $105,000 and Solana not being able to crack 150, 151. I'm liking it towards the short side. Looking good. Let's see. Let's see.
Oh, I thought you meant long set. Oh God.
Oh no. It would have to be in 157 if you relate it to the price. Like I have Solana's like really, I have my finger up Solana's asshole. I know exactly what needs to come.
You actually do. I followed your play before you. I followed your short one time. It made me like 800%.
That was a good one. That was a good one, and I didn't take it. Fuck me, right? Of course. All righty. Thank you, sir. Let's do the Oscar.
I'm gonna take a piss around.
Do it up. Estamos viendo Oscar, damas y caballeros. Y ahora, Oscar, importante lo que estamos viendo por acá. La razón por qué, justo. Ok, lo primero que voy a hacer es poner esto. Y también les quiero enseñar algo más. ¿Qué patrón están viendo por acá? Este es uno de los patrones más divinos de todos, de tasa con agarradera que he visto. Porque quieres que la agarradera tenga este tipo de consolidación, ¿ok? ¿Por qué? Porque cuando consolidas para abajo en una tendencia alcista es cuando más fuerza lleva. Y además, si lo piensas simplemente del lado del mercado, lo que el mercado está haciendo es diciéndote, uy, no, ya nos rechazó, ya nos vamos para abajo para que vendas, y ahí es cuando creas un squeeze gigantesco y se va para arriba. Eso es uno. Dos, aquí hay un patrón, estoy viendo una gráfica mensual para que la gente que lo está viendo, aquí hay un patrón muy obvio de reversión y que normalmente te dan en todos los fondos. ¿Lo pueden ver o no? A ver si a simple vista lo pueden ver. Se los voy a hacer un poco más claro. ¿Ya lo pueden ver? Ese patrón que normalmente te confirma fondos es hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? ¿Y cómo los conectas? Déjame te enseño exactamente cómo. Vas a conectar la parte del cuello, el primer hombro, cabeza, hombro, acá. ¿Ok? Y ese es tu breakout oficial a la alza. Una vez que rompes esta zona, bolas, güey. Vámonos hasta el cielo. Con eso dicho, normalmente esto te dice que es un fondo, por lo que me emocionaría ver me emociona ver esto y decir, ok, esto es alcista, por más que se vea la vela como se ve ahorita en estos momentos. Lo que yo estoy al pendiente en este momento es sencillo. Querer romper justamente los 21. De romper los 21 estás hablando de un movimiento bastante agresivo a la alza. ¿Cómo medimos el patrón de tasa y agarradera? Sencillo. El punto más bajo de todo el precio a donde va el café, ¿no? A donde está el agua. Y digamos que rompe por acá la alza. Eso llevaría esto a $40. $40 es un máximo histórico. El máximo histórico habían sido 36.82 y aparte es un número cerrado, lo que le da más confluencia a mi superanálisis. O mínimo, me alimenta un poco mi delicioso bias, ¿no? Es una cosa. Otra cosa que tiene que ver por acá, sencillo poner otro rango. Pueden ver por qué. Aquí hay bastante. Esto básicamente te está dando un nivel importante. Vienes, caes, rebotas. Esto quiere decir que aquí hay bastante intercambio de precio. Rebotas y caes. Este es un punto importante para el precio. Ahora, rompes aquí a la alza y ¿qué pasa? Rompes, medio caes y ahora esto va a ser un SFP, es lo que parece, y esto va a reventar a la alza. ¿Ok? Eso es lo que parece hasta ahora. Ahora, vamos a poner el HPR, ver cómo se ve. Pueden ver que es exactamente eso. Una vez que rompes acá, vas a ir a la media está en los 17.12 y una vez que pases de los 17.12 es más, te lleves los 18.23, ahí ya llegamos a la parte alta de la zona azul en los 21.84 y eso nos debería mandar al cielo. Voy a la semanal rápido para ver dónde estamos en la semanal. Uy, no estamos sobrevendidos, no estamos sobrecalentados para nada. Nos aguantó perfecto nuestro promedio del 9. Además de que nos aguantó perfecto nuestro promedio del 9, ahora la parte alta de la zona azul también, y estamos justo peleando con el 61.8%. De poder cerrar acá, deberíamos de poder ir a los 15.67 y ahí tener aire limpio a buscar este máximo en los 18.26 y de ahí para arriba. Y es bastante fácil saber dónde te equivocas, simplemente perdiendo esta vela en los 13.60. Diaria nos dice que necesitamos un poco de consolidación acá de lado, aunque a esta cosa le gusta estar en extremos y podía dar continuación en realidad. Ahí está, aquí lo tienes en la diaria en realidad. En la diaria tienes divino aparte, te lo deja súper fácil esta chingadera. En la diaria, ¿qué es lo que habíamos tenido? Una excelente resistencia por debajo del SMA 200. Y ahora lo tomaste acá, te hizo un SFP, pero en realidad y en mi opinión lo que está pasando es, te va a dar un SFP al revés. Siempre y cuando puedas tomar en la diaria, retomar el SMA 200 en los 15.72, en mi opinión eso te debería llevar a muy para arriba. Y sencillo, de perder por acá puedes empezar con los 15. Si pierdes los 15, podrías cortar el largo, que son simplemente 48 centavos para abajo. Pero a mí me gustaría hacerlo por debajo esta vela en los 13.58. Esto quiere decir, somos más alcistas que bajistas en esto, por bastante, y creemos que va a dar continuación a la alza después de consolidar un poco. Siempre y cuando estaremos en lo correcto, siempre y cuando no rompamos este mínimo en los 13.58 y los 15 es donde yo empezaría a tal vez deja salirme de esa posición y entrar una vez más, una vez que se consolide todo y tal vez sea en los 14.50. De ahí eso debería de aguantar. Si llegas a romper los 14.50 te vas a llevar este mínimo y eso va para abajo y nos equivocaríamos justamente ahí. Una vez que estás abajo de 14.40, personalmente yo me saldría de este trade, diría gracias por todo, pero estando donde estás a punto de romper esto, te está intentando engañar que va a ser un mínimo, un alto más bajo, pero ya tienes un bajo, un alto más alto, un bajo más alto, y en realidad te falta el nuevo alto más alto. Y yo creo que es lo que estamos consolidando para ir a buscar. Ahí lo tienen en el Oscar. Vámonos con Tesla.
Oh, I thought it was muted. My bad.
No, sir.
All right.
We good.
All right. Nice. So Tesla to me is well, looking kind of heavy. I mean, we have major resistance around 306. Even on lower time frames, if we go to like the 8-hour, it shows the same thing. So, I mean, we essentially have the objective, if you're bullish, which is we just got to get back above the S&P 200. Then we can talk about a squeeze up to 326. All the shorts here get smoked. But until then, we had a nice bounce up. I mean, from that wick low, already moved up over 10%, right into that SMA 200. This is the spot where if you're bearish, you're looking to scale shorts here. There should be no reason why Tesla's going to reclaim this if it's going to be bearish. And if it does reclaim it, lose it, then that's just chop. But, per my system, there's just no reason why this needs to be reclaimed. So therefore, I'm going to short this and have my stop here at the top. Wrong if you get any daily closures back above the SMA 200. Luckily for us, the 8 hours lined up nicely, so you can even use the 8 hour if you want like a lower time frame versus the daily. But for me, next objective now should be right around $262 if Tesla rejects here. If that doesn't hold, then we're probably going to come all the way back down to 218. And let's say it does reclaim this and I'm wrong, then we'll get a move up to the 326. That's going to be a big zone. Bulls are going to want to try to get back above 326. So therefore, then we can be back within the range and possibly get a move up around 370s again. The big spot. And that's why for me, it's just all really dependent on the daily. You can look at everything else, but I mean, unless it's like a daily and above, it's kind of irrelevant because my bias is this is going to reject. So, and that's just based on the daily. So, yeah, you're getting support on the EMA 100, but even here you've lost it pretty aggressively. So, it made sense to test some of these moving averages, make the argument you could go up to the 320 mark. But with what we know on the daily versus specifically with the SMA 200, seems pretty simple to me. Just kind of gauging that.
I would say also daily has that volatility setup that really fucking blew the fuck up on the downside and continues to point up. So you are indeed getting a rejection because I was going to hold this if we just blasted through exactly that zone that you're referring to. I was going to hold the long until then, and I would have made more money than I could have wished, but no.
It's smart though, because all the shorts here get squeezed, and that's why we blow past that. But specifically rejecting to the T here is a concern. And even if you revert up, everything squeezes up again, you still have the EMA 100 here. So you just have max resistance, which for me, I mean, like I'm sure a lot of people long this and they're up, but they're just it's smart to be cautious around here because you very well could reclaim that. And then, you can long up. Look what happened last time you reclaimed it. You squeezed it up and then you just kept going up. So it could play out that way. What you don't want is a loss, rejection, and then a double where everyone's like, oh, yeah, this is the bottom. And, well, it's just starting. Let's get another example. Could fail like this. But even so, you still rejected it a few times. Had a channel here, broke out. Didn't even retest it here. Just lost it and went down. And then I guess it'd be something like here. You lose it, you reject it, and then you just run the low. The point being is that, it's just very important. SMA 200 is going to be important. there's no reason to be really too bullish. You got the mean reversion bounce came, hit the SMA 200. Bears are looking at this as the bearish retest, flipped into resistance. Bulls are trying to get this back above specifically 300 first to then make a move up to the SMA 200 to reclaim that. If they can reclaim that, then they can make the argument to go up to 325. But until then, that's just going to be the bait to make people kind of long at resistance, in my opinion. Because most didn't long here. Most are longing here now because they see Bitcoin's up and ES1 broke 6,000 and everything's bullish and Elon and Trump are friends and all this thing. But the charts are saying, well, no, we need to just wait.
Did they make up? I heard that, but I didn't see anything.
Exactly. Everyone's hearing it's the narrative. Exactly. Everyone's running off narrative. And that's often when that happens, I just go off the charts and the charts say, well, a bounce was predictable, but now we've gotten it.
Watch a Truth Social get launched today and Tesla just nukes.
Wait, Truth
It'd be
Social?
hilarious if Elon gets deported.
Well, if he does what Farhan's saying is if he writes a truth, if you will, if he
I
posts
see.
a truth. And the other thing is, I loved it this morning, 6 on the dot, right before the market opens. They started going like, report says Donald Trump is considering selling his Tesla. How does that even fucking matter to anything? God,
he's never going to be able to drive a car himself the rest of his life. Anyway.
Yeah.
You know what? I hate humanity because we're that stupid that's news and people are like, oh my God. So there we are. That's where we at.
Squeezes up.
That must fucking suck. Never be able to drive again.
Yeah.
Debatable. I'd be okay with that.
I know. A lot of you young folks.
Drive.
Yeah. I don't like driving too much.
I gotta say, I drove my McLaren yesterday after I don't know how long. I got out of it and my hernia hurts more than ever. So I'm with Farhan.
Yeah.
I'm with you, Alex, a little bit on this one right now.
I'd get the comfort seats for that reason. Fuck those bucket seats.
I know. And by the way, people don't like him. I would think that it's like the GT3 RS. They hate him.
Yeah, fuck the bucket seats.
Sorry, Alex.
I'm not setting any lap records.
Yeah.
No, it's okay. That's it. I mean, really, it's simple. You're just waiting, and like we don't have to fall on reject. Like I said, 300 first. That'd be a good sign. Nice psychological number, 300. Reclaim that. Get another shot at testing the SMA 200. That's where you could bust up. But until then, I'm just not going to be aggressively giving longs here. Hoping for a move up to the EMA 9 when you're under the SMA 200. This, in theory, should reject down, and you should come down to 263. You lose 263, like I said, you're going to come down to that 217. At that point, you're already testing April lows. So let's go to the weekly and see. So remember, April lows, where was that? It was all here. Okay, so I'm going to go to the 2-week. Just go to a time frame that matches my bias better. Cool. So, I mean, basically testing potentially around here in this region. So what you're noticing is on this 2-week, you dumped down, you didn't hit 263. So it's like if you go down to 263, it's probably not going to hold. I'd be gauging around 236 to 237 to hold again. That would make sense. You just don't want these lows to get ran. You run these lows, it's like, yeah, we have to start talking back around that 170 region again. Coming fully back down, testing this. And ideally, this test will hit the SMA 200 on the 2-week and actually bring us up where these did not. But again, it's like what I'm saying on the short end, I can't disregard this EMA 100. It did hold a bunch. This coming around here wouldn't even be close around wick lows. So you could get like a price divergence like this. Everyone gets bearish. You're at the April lows. Bitcoin's dumping. Everything's dumping. We just form that structure like we've been saying where we did test April lows. It wouldn't be the craziest thing, even like on Bitcoin, right? If we come back down to here, it wouldn't be the craziest thing. You're testing the 2-week 34. Didn't do that right there. And also the monthly 21. Haven't tested it this entire bull market. So it's like, it wouldn't be the most absurd. Only concerning factor is just ES1's in a downtrend. So if it comes back to April lows, the implication is not going to hold. But the downtrend could trap people. Come here, and then move up, you know. The point being is that, I'm just pretty bearish on Tesla. I just think that what we have now is a lot of uncertainty. It's either in Trump and what he's going to do, what Elon's going to do. And regardless, even without the news articles, I mean, things were pretty, already kind of turning bearish before that. You had a daily EMA 9 loss after it was holding since it got reclaimed in May, beginning of May. You were already gauging the SMA 200 throwback since broke out. So it's not like crazy things have happened, but Bull's narrative and thesis is kind of dwindling now, because even here the two-day EMA 100 should have held. And yeah, we opened above, but it's like this is a concerning candle. So it totally makes sense for rallying and bouncing, but it's just more a matter of, does this bounce sustain anything, or is it just going to trap a bunch of longs that think they caught the bottom? And it could have bottomed here. I'm not saying it can. And today, if it reclaims 300, that'll be a good sign, because the academy is short, but it kind of did what we wanted, which was moved up, bearish retest, and now it's got all the fuel to go down. I mean, you have if you're long here from like 304, 305, what's the hopium now? It's like, maybe we can go up to the EMA 100. What if we're just front running that and like 300 doesn't hold? And then on Monday, you open up, this turns into like a topping candle. Monday opens up and it just ugly. Could happen. I'm very bearish on Tesla, and I'm always bearish on a chart if you lose the daily SMA 200. I don't like to really look at anything else. I'm just like, oh, okay, on this red candle, I told the Discord here, I'm not touching Tesla until we go to the SMA 200. We're here today, and now we can play. So that's kind of what I'm looking at. In theory, this should just dump now. So if it doesn't and holds 300, okay, I'll start really analyzing that. Maybe I'm wrong, but in theory, this should just start dumping now. And all the people that longed at the bottom here were up massively, which is a big pump, like over 10%.
Especially with a 20x.
Yeah, that's insane, actually. Well done. No, you did good. Like, that was a good pump that you caught. And could even
Thank
use
God.
low as like the stop. You would have been clenching, but you could have done it. And it worked well. Idea would have just been, let me TP here. And that was beautiful. Very minimum could have TP'd here at the meme line. So it's smart. That was good. But I'm bullish too, but I don't know. I want this then. If this can happen, then we can play that and we can use this. And then that's cool. But until then, it's like, I feel like a lot of old people who don't understand markets are just max longing Tesla because they see a red candle. And I'm just looking at that as how much dumb money just bought the dip here that really don't understand what just put in today, leading to maybe a collapse on Monday or even into today's close. As you can see, Tesla's already starting to come down. We still have 2 hours and 50 minutes. We've already put in the retest, so it could start coming down in theory. While Bitcoin is already now, somewhat coming down. I saw today markets kind of just got in sequence, which was nice. You had Tesla, you had Bitcoin. They're all just like rallying up to major zones. That's why I wasn't too concerned yet, because Tesla to me just seemed very weak. So often risk likes to move with Tesla, with Elon Musk and Donald Trump and their administration, not theirs, but Trump administration doing so much crypto related stuff. Crypto and Tesla do kind of sequence. So don't think it's dumb gauging both today. But regardless, in summary, your daily estimate 200, EMA 100, it's either reject there, dump hard to like 260s, or you reclaim it. And this was a bottom. And this turns into an SFP, and then we have an easy long trigger. But until then, there's literally no reason to be longing Tesla. Instead, you should just be waiting for, really, you should be waiting for estimate 200.
Yes. And that weekly is a horrendous candle after the topping candle. That it's complete continuation and follow through.
And that's a great point. Yeah, you had a massive evening start and you had massive follow through. So unless this somehow magically reverts up into green in 2 hours, this got the follow through and you're just about to break down now. So this was like the trap. This is just about to break down. Lose 300 confirms it. This could then revert all the longs here. Maybe then support doesn't hold and we flush them out to the SMA 200. This was a breakout. This would be the back test of that if you want to look at it like that. And like this, price divergence. Everyone's talking about, April lows are getting hit again. Markets are over. And then here we go. So that to me seems very likely. That's why that's why I mentioned today, like Tesla just seems like an easy short. But you know, sometimes easy shorts are traps. So always our risk is set. If we start taking this out at 325, yeah, this will probably break out. We'll know though, we'll know today. Like today, if we start holding 300, that'll be a good sign for me. Nice little move on Bitcoin.
Sorry. Sounds good, baby. Love you. Okay. Put my fucking chart on TradingView or whatever the fuck you are. StreamYard. Sorry. This is the most boomer thing I've ever said on a dark screen. There it is. You know when old people fight with the TV, why is this not working? He's like talking while he's not working and like hitting the remote. I swear to God, I put batteries in this thing. That's kind of like what that reminded me of. So there you go. I guess being 40 and having 30 hernias and just being completely finished in life really makes me a boomer. Okay. Thank you so much, dude. That was excellent.
Yeah.
Like excellent.
No worries.
After this one, have I told Mr. Farhan what's next? NVIDIA.
Oh,
NVIDIA.
Yeah, and I'll be quick with this one to make it simple for everyone so we can do that and have time. Okay. Estamos viendo Tesla y lo estamos viendo en la diaria. Acaban de ver gran oportunidad que tuvimos el día de hoy con esta, bueno, entre ayer y hoy con esta gran caída, aprovechando justamente este pompazo y vendiendo justamente acá. Cerré mi trade. Una cosa que les tengo que decir, si me llegas a ver que no quisiera postear, y no sé por qué de pendejo ahí voy a hacerlo, mi screenshot de cuánto dinero hice. Pero también tenemos que promocionar a BTCC. La realidad es, si vas a compartir un screenshot de algo, cierra la posición. En cuanto vas a poner ese screenshot en redes o lo vas a mandar por mensaje, cierra la posición. ¿Cuál es la regla número 1 del casino? Voy a mandar un screenshot, cierro la posición antes, ¿ok? Porque si no, mandas el screenshot, eso normalmente es como te está diciéndote a ti mismo que tienes euforia, y eso normalmente es lo que siente todo el mundo que está contigo y te va a dar la vuelta el trade. Así que siempre cierra tu posición si estás poniendo un screenshot, por el amor de Dios. Eso dicho, vamos para adelante. Ok, estoy viendo Tesla en la diaria y yo creo que es lo que estamos analizando sencillamente, ¿no? Ahí les va. Básicamente venimos de este tope acá en los 367 y desde entonces hemos estado cayendo agresivamente. Ahora, en la diaria estamos por debajo de todos nuestros promedios y la cosa es, estamos intentando retestear una vez más nuestro promedio del 200, el SMA 200, el EMA 100 y el SMA 200 nos está rechazando y estamos creando un doji. Faltan 2 horas y 45 minutos para cerrar esto. ¿Por qué es más bajista esto que alcista si ya tuvo esta reacción el precio? ¿Por qué vendí y no me quedé metido en el trade? Porque mi idea era, si Tesla rebota y rebota fuerte y supera esta zona, me voy a ir para arriba con el precio y me voy a quedar metido en el trade. Pero si Tesla viene y se encuentra con fricción acá, me voy a salir. Y fue justamente lo que hice. Es por eso que es importante entender cómo funcionan tus promedios, cómo verlos, cómo entenderlos y también poder monitorear manualmente tus trades. No nada más poner, ok, este va a ser el precio y esto va a ser todo y nos vamos, Nel. Hay un poco más de ciencia en esto. Más allá de eso, la otra cosa que me hizo decir, me voy a salir y esto continúa siendo bajista es esto. Este setup de volatilidad tan agresivo que dio Tesla, vean dónde lo dio. Y continúa empujando al alza. Una vez más, hemos dicho, volatilidad no tiene que continuar empujando en la misma dirección, pero tíos, vean esto, y esto simplemente es en la diaria. ¿Qué me dice eso? Que tengo más probabilidades de que haya continuación en esa caída. Y otra cosa que me pone eso en la mesa es esto. Nuestro promedio, nuestra tabla semanal está justamente acá, en donde te imaginarías, güey, ya chingamos, ya la partimos, Nel, te está rechazando todo y apenas te está aguantando el promedio del 9. El promedio del 9 está justo donde está el precio, está donde el precio está, en los $300. Llegas a perder esta línea acá, muy probablemente lo que estás viendo con esta vela, y además de eso, tienes una vela topera, acá, pueden verla, esa vela topera te dio esta confirmación, cabrón. Y esta confirmación está durísima, porque A menos de que esta vela regrese y cierre por encima de 345 hoy, en 2 horas y 43 minutos, esto va a ser continuación a la baja. ¿Ok? Y ahora, puedo ser alcista en Tesla en diferentes temporalidades y hacer diferentes trades, entiendan eso, ¿no? Tengo mis trades en spot, tengo mis trades pendejos que hago en esto de en BTCC, etcétera. Pero a lo que quiero llegar con esto es, hay diferentes maneras de jugar esto. Y para dinero rápido son movimientos sencillos. Tesla honestamente rebota en todas estas putas líneas. Díganme que no. Y han estado aquí por cuánto tiempo. Y pueden ver acá hasta mi línea de ahorita que está intentando cerrar por encima. Aún así no es bueno, de nuevo, para que sea bueno y elimine esta vela topera, y una vela topera nos da una muy alta probabilidad de continuación a la baja, tenemos que cerrar por los 2.45, arriba de 2.45. Cualquier cierre por debajo de 2.45 en 2 horas y 42 minutos va a haber continuación a la baja. Y es algo que tal vez no te gustaría ver, pero es lo que parece ser. En la mensual, solamente para ponerlo enfrente de todos ustedes, perdemos el promedio del 9, perdemos el promedio del 5 y estamos en el aire, y hasta abajo, acá en los 275, es donde tenemos básicamente nuestro promedio del 21. Y para cerrar esta vela mensual todavía faltan 24 días y 3 horas, por lo que todavía puede llegar para acá, puede revertirla, y en este momento está haciendo un doji, ¿no? Una de esas velas que no te dice ni para arriba ni para abajo, como lo hizo la pasada, y un poco esta también. Sencillo para todos ustedes. Son alcistas en Tesla. Quiere cerrar por encima de los 308 hoy. Hoy. Arriba de los 308. Cierras arriba de los 308. Lo que vas tu mejor escenario como alcista es que te quedes consolidando por acá sin perder los 300 y de ahí puedas dar continuación a la alza. Si estoy equivocado de que esto va a continuar para abajo, tal cual como lo dice Alex, vamos a ver un cierre el día de hoy por ahí de los 309, 308 dólares. Si no, nosotros esperamos que esto vaya a continuar para abajo. Puede continuar aquí y después dar para abajo. Y ahora, ¿cuál sería el objetivo? Si llegas a perder los 269, mi última entrada acá estaba en 272 y la iba a cortar cualquier cierre debajo de 269. Entonces, no me llegó a dar la última entrada en los 272, me la perdí por un par de dólares, tristemente, para poder hacer mi posición todavía más grande de la que era. O sea, es que la tengo grandísima la posición y pues me la peleé, pero ahí es donde sería mi zona de oportunidad, mi siguiente zona de oportunidad, donde haría, bueno, no, en realidad no. Si llego a perder este mínimo y llego a perder esta línea meme en los 269, Tesla va a ir una vez más a visitar la zona que yo les había dicho justamente acá en los 217, lo que fue donde entramos originalmente en nuestra posición en spot, ¿no? La primera entrada. Y yo no le he agregado mi posición en spot. Estoy esperando a que esto caiga, si es que pasa un milagro, no estoy diciendo que lo vaya a hacer, pero de perder los 269 para abajo, 218, 214 podría ser lo que sigue. Y si llegas a romper 214 para abajo, te vas a ir de nuevo por acá de los 180. Así que estén pendientes, una vez más. Lo único que quieres si eres alcista en este momento en Tesla y no quieres que baje es cerrar por arriba de 308 el día de hoy, consolidar por un rato y después explotar a la alza. Pero un cierre por debajo de estos promedios en la diaria ya es bastante malo y puede que veamos continuación por simplemente todas estas velas. Y normalmente cuando Tesla cae le gusta hacer un baño de velas rojas, espérame, para que no digan que no, vean. Entonces, todas esas velas rojas, ahí lo tienen. All right, let's go with it. NVIDIA. The micro penis company.
You know what signing company? I'm not going to use the word.
Knockers.
Because I don't need the implication of using the word.
I understand.
So I'm going to start with the quarterly right now. And there is the not really a long setup when the quarterly candle is up from low to currently at about 64%, kind of a target to long after 64% move to the upside. Somewhere around this area, you're in a more probability zone for a short. And if you would short somewhere over here, your stop loss would be this quick high. Your risk is about 7%. If you're wrong, 7.7%, versus you're aiming for this mean line as your first TP area, and that's about 13% in your favor. And then this next mean line at about 24-ish%, and then finally this line at about like 30%. Pretty good risk reward in that favor, because once you break this high, likely you're going to and especially if you do it on a closing basis, you're going to turn this resistance into support and use that to spring into the 78.6, which sits in the $200 area at 214. The more safe trade at this point would be a short rather than a long, or if you don't want a short, just wait until this wick high gets reclaimed. Right now, momentum is trying to flip back up on the quarterly, still below the moving average, however, and as long as it's below there, you can't really take that as a momentum to the upside. And the volatility is also below the moving average, so it can't really be seen as expansion just yet. Right now, the jewel has lost the buy signal and it's on a neutral. And as long as it closes below this wick high, it's going to flip into a sell signal. Only thing that's going to flip this neutral back into a buy signal is closing over this wick high. On the monthly right now, we are currently flipped up. We're getting out of the bearish control zone and over the moving average. Volatility is currently contracting, so can't really see that as targeting all-time highs just yet, while volatility is contracting. And if you look at the jewel, you got quite the bearish signal right here with the pink crossing below the yellow. Let's draw a line and see what happens whenever we get that set up in the monthly and in the bearish, the bullish control zone with a God mode background. NVIDIA seems to get it quite often.
Damn.
We don't have any more data with the yellow, so we only have that. Let's see how much of a move we got. Slight move up and then dumpsty. Move up of about 4% and then down about 56.66%. That's 666. I just noticed. Move up of about 3% and then down about 63.73%. 66 and 63, very close. And as of right now, we're getting the move up about 15%. We got to move down of about, interesting, 30%. So if you were to take it about 60% down, and just basically exactly to this 100, interesting, at about $46. And that is going to be on the table as long as you're closing below this 38, not specifically this meme line, but also this 38.2%, at right around $145 to $152. And if you do continue to reject this 38.2%, you're very likely going to come down and retest this 21 EMA at a minimum. And then at that point, bulls are going to absolutely have to hold this 21 EMA, or it's likely this wick low is going to be taken. And there's not really much support in this area because it just went straight up. Your next support is somewhere around like 40-ish to $45. And that's a very, very, very big drop from all-time highs. Taking it from here to like $45 is like 70% to the downside. That's a crypto pullback crash. I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
2 week right now is also flipped to the upside on momentum, and volatility is approaching extreme lows at 9.3%. The jewel is right now giving a buy signal. Has not quite confirmed just yet, but it likely will confirm as long as you close over about $137.40. Right now, you are over the median, which is at 137.79. And if you can close over that median in about 2.5 hours, you're going to get basically a free move to that 38.2%. It is going to move, but right now it's sitting at about $158. We're going to have to wait until Monday's open to see where this 38.2% has moved to. It's possible it can move down and it can move below our current highs. But if it stays above current all-time highs, then it's likely we're going to break even. Weekly is now approaching extremes on momentum and volatility, getting to about 85-86%. The jewel is getting into the bullish control zone on the buy signal, and we're approaching pretty high areas on the HPDR. We can get a little bit of a move higher to maybe around 88.3 to 95%. This is going to be resistance between $146 and $160. Very likely this $146 area is probably going to reject, and then we'll get a retest of our 5 EMA, and that'll put in somewhat of a nice little inverse head and shoulders, and then we can get some busting action while these HPDR ranges step up. 5 days also at those extreme levels. 5 days already at the 88.3%. We put in a nice little top candle right here. 143.49 is the high. So we just slightly swept that candle, and if candle's high, and if we do close like this, likely going to get a pullback, probably to somewhere around $130. 2 days trying to flip back up right at the reset zone, still below the moving average. However, while volatility is now at close to extreme lows at 19%, the jewel has lost the sell signal and flipped into a neutral. Let's see where we are, and we are currently above the median. So if we do continue to move down, which it does look like we will, should probably tap the median around that $130-ish zone, and then from there we should get a move. As long as we hold that zone, move into about 146. And as long as we are below 146, it's still leaning bearish. 2-day currently has a nice fresh slope across to the upside. We haven't quite gotten a retest of that 9 EMA just yet. This 9 is going to move up. It'll be interesting to see it match around the median and then both of them tap and then spring into the 38.2%. 9 is sitting right around like $135. Daily is about to flip back up on momentum, getting right at the moving average and right at the edge of the bullish control zone, while volatility is about to freshly start expanding and the jewel is giving a buy signal. We should see a move down as at the moment based off of this top candle right into somewhere around like 100 and maybe 138 to the median around 136, 35. And from there, you should very likely use the median as a spring upwards towards somewhere around the 78.6% to maybe 61.8%. Gives you a range between 145 to 150-ish. Doesn't really change the macro as long as you're not closing weeklies above that area. 4 hours also flipping back up on momentum with volatility expansion. The jewel is currently on a neutral signal, and it's likely going to flip to a sell if we continue to close red. If we close like this, likely going to flip to a sell, and then from there, you're going to get a move into the 130s. Still going to be a higher low, and that probably puts in hidden bullish divergence. Let's go to the RSI. Quarterly has 3 drives of bearish divergence right now on the RSI. Gives you a lot more confidence in the idea of the short, and you are putting in, if you do happen to sweep the all-time highs, you would be putting in another possible drive of bearish divergence. But right now, the easy trade is the short with the wick high as your stop loss, and you already hit the easy level with the simple moving average. The next level is going to be your bullish, the entrance of your bullish control zone. That level sits at about $165.25. No, I'm looking at the wrong number. I'm retarded. $77.50. We are getting volatility contraction from double extremes. Monthly currently has hidden bullish divergence. That's interesting. Going to be active as long as you're closing over about $86.62. Your next move on the divergence is the simple moving average, which right now is at about $196.52. Interesting. Well, volatility is now at extreme lows. But on the counterpoint, we do have that jewel signal. The pink crossing below the yellow. 2-week also has many drives of hidden bullish divergence. While the jewel is giving a buy signal, and we're getting volatility expansion now from extreme lows from about like 9%. Interesting. Next move is into the bullish control zone, which is right now at about $174. And you only the confirmation of that move is going to be a close over about what is this level here? 153.13. And then you're very likely going to go to the 170s. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, nothing. 3-day also has a hidden bullish divergence with that fresh silver cross. Your next move is the critical zone, which right now the critical zone is about 150. Right around that zone we have to break to continue up. Nothing there. Daily has a interesting volatility expansion from 3 periods of 0%. We currently do have a drive of bearish divergence. It will be invalidated if we can close above $144. But as of right now, the divergence would have a target of this neutral zone, which currently sits at about 135. Wow, so bias fitting, so beautiful. That's not really that much of a move down. 4-hour currently has hidden bearish divergence, but I believe is it already invalidated or is it close to invalidation? I think as long as you're closing above $141.52, it is invalidated. Let's go to the momentum chart now.
Ooh.
quarterly momentum is currently flipped to the downside, and it will remain down as long as you're closing below $144.20. 6 month currently is flipped up, although, however, and it's going to be flipped up above $65.73. So even if you were to come all the way down to $65, as long as you're closing above that area, high time frames are still bullish, which is quite a move to the downside. The 9 is currently sitting at about like $79, $78. Be interesting if in 24 days, if we can close over 144, then likely you're going to get that busting action at $200. Monthly is currently sitting at extreme lows on volatility, while momentum is very close to flipping back freshly to the upside, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it will flip up if you can close over at 135.44. So what bears are going to want to do is dump this before the end of the month. 2 week is currently expanding with momentum freshly flipped to the upside, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over $99.20. Weekly is currently flipped up with volatility expansion, and it will be flipped up above 112.84. 5 days also flipped up with volatility expansion, and it will be flipped up above 111.59. 2 days currently freshly flipping up, and it will be up above 139. Daily is also very close to flipping up. It will build in 2 hours and 26 minutes, and volatility is now expanding from 3 levels of 0%. Likely on this next close, it's going to be over the 15% level. Let me draw the horizontal line. Where is 15? Right over here. Very likely on this next open, it's going to be above that 15%. With momentum freshly flipping to the upside, we are putting in hidden bullish divergence. We will flip up as long as we close over 139.68. So if we close at 139.69, very nice number. Momentum will flip up. It will go give you a volatility setup, and then you're more likely to break your current highs. 4 hours currently flip to the downside. That will also flip up if we can close daily to the upside. Pivot is at 140, 180, and you're also getting a volatility setup on the 4 hour, just like with the daily. So it's going to basically come down to today's close. If the bears can't dump it in today's close, and these both flip up 4 hour and daily, you're going to get that volatility setup, and you're probably going to blast into somewhere in 170s. So high time frame. Right now, on the very, very high time frames, momentum is still very strongly to the upside. It's going to be pointed up above $65.78. You have hidden bullish divergence on the 6 month as well. On the 3 month, you are currently flipped down, but you are getting very close to that pivot. And flipping up here would be very significant, because that would likely give you some insane busting action. So somewhere around $200 probably as a minimum target. On the monthly, you are, I believe, right at that edge as well. Yep, monthly is very, very close to flipping up as well, right at the edge of the bullish control zone. It will flip up above 135.46. On the lower time frames, you are getting targets with the bearish divergence of somewhere around $135, which would be retesting your HPDR medians. And very likely, you're probably going to hit that based off of the low time frames, flipping to the downside on momentum and having bearish divergence, probably somewhere around 135. And as long as you're holding 135, you probably are going to get a move based off of the higher time frame divergences somewhere around 174, and then the next level is over $200, right? Around $215 to $220. But the easier and more statistically on your side trade would be the short, because you don't want to long something that's up 60+%, and it's more safe to short it or wait until you get reclaims of our current wick highs. And then at that point, you would play long towards 174 and then about $200. Right now, in the short-term time frames, probably see a pullback into somewhere around 130s, like 135-ish area, and then from there, probably if we assuming we hold that area into like 170s for the all-time highs.
Not bad at all, sir. Looking pretty good.
Great.
Look, I had this little channel right here. We just have we break this out. We're going to the fucking moon. Crazy.
Yeah, no, that's good confluence for the Academy short. I've been having them add, because it's like you can run your stop so tight here. You're either really wrong and you just get stopped, or you're really right and you just dump, and that daily BBWP expands.
Yeah, hey, it's right here. Absolutely.
I think TP1 is
Yep,
like that.
very, very small risk to very good reward.
Yeah.
I think our TP1's like at 135 or something like that. Yeah, 135, 136. So kind of online with what Farna's saying.
And
I
if you
like
hold
135.
135 on a closing basis, then you can just take your profit and switch long.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't hold, you get the Academy 2 TP at like 130s.
And by the way, these are such tremendous moves on BTCC if you're doing this. And the reason why, because I got into Tesla, right? And I started seeing how the number, like basically the stock price would go from like 180 to 177. And I would see how much money I started to lose. And I was like, why the fuck are these so big? But Bitcoin is worth $105,000. So when he drops $1,000, he's nothing. This shit is like tight, dude. So this is a really nice play on a BTCC play. And I'm not just saying it because we work with those guys, but this is a prime example of like a nice trade to take that could be easily invalidated and get the fuck out with a simple target right here of 3%, 20x. That's a 60% profit. Easy, get in, get the fuck out. And I'm not saying everyone should 20x, but maybe they should.
No, I agree. That's why literally when I saw, I'm like, oh yeah, this is like giving us less than like a 1% risk on like a 5-6% gain minimum. This is easy.
Yeah.
20x are gay.
That's gonna be you know how whenever you go to any school they have like a little tagline. In mine in Mexico was like free the truth will set you free. And in Elite Trading Academy it's 20x or you're gay.
You're gay. The way you said
All righty, boys. Well, you're all set. You're all done. Anything else you'd like to say before we go? Everything seems to be running smoothly right now with everything that you left on the table.
Yeah, no, everything's great. Honestly, we'll see how today's closes on Bitcoin. That's gonna be important. But yeah, I'll see you boys on the Discord.
Sounds good.
Sir,
Thank you, boys.
I'm head to the
Enjoy.
doctor.
Feel better, Farhan.
Thank you, sir. I'm meeting with my attorney. You'll hear from my lawyer.
Oh, you motherfuckers. Take care. Ok, ahora estamos viendo Nvidia. Me había yo aventado este canalito rico. No me acuerdo cuándo lo hice, pero fue simplemente por este punto de vista. Y está pegando delicioso. Aquí hay una oportunidad rica de corto. Me encanta porque tienes una invalidación súper en corto. Ok, y es uno de esos plays ricos y fáciles en BTCC donde puedes usar apalancamiento, donde tienes una, ¿cómo se llama? Donde tienes una invalidación, pero en corto. Simplemente te metes ahora y tu invalidación es romper este máximo de esta vela en los $144. Punto. Así de fácil, ¿no? ¿Y por qué lo decimos? Porque cuando volteamos a ver nuestra vela mensual por acá, ¿es la vela mensual? No, es la trimestral. Nuestra vela trimestral que va a cerrar literalmente en 24 días y 3 horas, tenemos una vela literalmente de, no mames, 64% a la alza. Y por ende tiene que tomarse un respiro, sobre todo cuando estás encontrándote con resistencia, un poco como lo que hice con el trade de Tesla en este momento. No me voy a jugar a ver si le va bien, si le va mal, no. Estoy viendo resistencia, estoy adentro, si estoy encontrando esos puntos de fricción, voy a salirme o voy a entrar en esos puntos de fricción y es justamente lo que hicimos. Con eso dicho, pueden ver que Nvidia está por encima del 141, el cierre más alto que había tenido en toda su historia fue en 134. Por ahora está a punto de romper eso en 24 días y 3 horas. Vamos a ver dónde nos lleva. Estamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del promedio del 5. Esto se ve bastante bien. Y además esta vela es una hija de puta ocupando absolutamente todo este canal. Vámonos a la mensual. Mensual nos da un poco más de esa deliciosa confirmación a nuestro bias. Pueden ver por qué. Justamente estamos acá, donde está tu zona de breakout, por encima del máximo de esta vela. Una vez más, 144 es lo que no te quieres llevar. Entonces, abres tu corto acá, 142.40, pones tu invalidación en 144 y vas a cerrar ese corto por ahí de los 135. Eso te va a dar un buen movimiento. No parece tanto, pero cuando estás jugando con apalancamiento en BTCC, por ejemplo, y perdón que lo siga repitiendo, pero BTCC es el único que hace acciones y tiene esto, el movimiento es bastante agresivo. Estamos acá solamente a 135, por ejemplo. es un 4.65%. Si lo haces en un 20X, por ejemplo, eso sería un 80 y tantos por ciento, casi 90%. Entonces, no tienes que irte con movimientos tan pesados, ¿no? Que es justamente el corto que acaba de mandar Alex a todos. ¿Y cuál es el riesgo en este momento? Menos de 0.87%, que en un 20X sería por ahí del 15% de lo que metas. Entonces, ahí va a ser cosa de cómo vas a regular tu entrada para que no sea tan grande. Si llegas a perder 15%, no es el 15% el total de tu portafolio, es el 15% solamente del movimiento que estás viendo. Con eso dicho, Nvidia empieza a postularse alcista. Tenemos este bajo más bajo acá y ahora lo que queremos confirmar es un alto más alto. Por ahora, en todas las temporalidades altas, Nvidia está en postura alcista y existen divergencias alcistas y además momentum está apuntando para arriba. Es en las temporalidades cortas donde no y tenemos divergencias bajistas y me estoy refiriendo a la diaria, 2 días, 4 horas, etcétera. Y es importante entender eso porque puede ser alcista en algo y estar en corto en él, y es justamente lo que estamos viendo y haciendo. También en la mensual me parece exactamente que estamos preparando uno de los movimientos más fuertes de toda la historia para esta empresa, sea la alza o a la baja. Vamos a estar pendiente a ver cuándo la volatilidad cruza el 15%, que eso nos podría llevar a la luna o al piso. Por ahora lo que estás buscando con Nvidia es que pueda lograr un alto más alto después de haber hecho este bajo más bajo, porque si no logras hacerlo y empieza a voltearse para abajo, esto va a ser un alto más bajo después de un bajo más bajo. ¿Y qué es lo que le sigue? Un bajo más bajo todavía, y eso debería llevarte a la parte baja de este canal, que es más o menos donde está esta línea meme por ahí de los 70 y tantos dólares. Pero por ahora no estamos preocupados por eso. Estamos también viendo acá como justamente esa sería nuestra teoría. Este rechazo, el 38.2% de la zona azul, es justamente lo que estamos diciendo. Una vez que lo rompas, tu siguiente objetivo van a ser $172 a la alza. Pero no quieres entrar ahorita en un long porque te va a bajar 1, 2, 3 velas mensuales verdes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hay veces que sí lo da, pero el rango de estas 3 velas mensuales verdes es enorme. Así que atentos por ahí. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal nos cuenta un poco de lo mismo con expansión de volatilidad y ahí es donde pueden ver que está un poco cansado el movimiento, ahí en el 88.3%. Mucha atención. ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Cuando ven el HPDR que estamos ya en el 88.2%, quedan menos de 11% de probabilidades de dar continuación a la alza, tal cual. Lo que necesitamos es consolidación semanal. Faltan 2 horas y 15 minutos para cerrar esta vela. Hoy es fin de semana. Entramos al fin de semana. Además, en la diaria tienes un setup de volatilidad que se está calentando, está preparando el disparo en el 12.3%. Por ahora, puedes ver que justamente estás siendo rechazado en el 50%. De darse eso, debería llevarnos al promedio del 9, que está por ahí de los 138 o hasta la media en los 136, que por aquí es donde yo pondría mi take profit. Yo lo haría honestamente en los 137. La razón por qué es, no sé, me suena muy fácil simplemente que haga este bajo más alto en esta zona, pero es válido. O sea, Alex lo tiene, creo que es en 136, 135. Hay cada quien, yo soy más conservador en este tipo de cosas, pero aquí lo tienes. Simplemente llevándote este máximo 144 a la alza, esto va a dar continuación al alza y va a dar ese movimiento de putazo para arriba. De no hacerlo, debería Nvidia de darse una vuelta por aquí abajo a los 135 más o menos, que es donde lo esperaríamos, y si llega a romper los 135 para abajo, va a haber más continuación bajista para Nvidia. Así que ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Puesto bastante sencillo, mercado se ve interesante. En casi todas las tablas se ve alcista a largo plazo, corto plazo un poco correctivo, y es creo que lo que estamos viviendo. Vamos a ver cómo cierra Tesla hoy para todos los fanáticos de Tesla que andan metidos en esa. Sigue peleándose con los $300. Oclo, muy interesante, ¿no? Que esté en los $50. Oclo se les voy a poner yo rápido acá, no les voy a hacer análisis técnico, lo único quiero porque pues yo ¿no? Que lo vean con Farhan y con Alex, pero quiero que vean esto. Este es uno de esos patrones impresionantes de tasa y todo, y esto el objetivo son $100 en Oclo. No te estoy diciendo que te metas ahorita, no te equivoques, por el amor de Dios, pero lo que sí también tenemos el hombro, cabeza, hombro, que se rompió a la alza, dándonos patrón de fondo en este lugar, en los $18, y nos llevó justamente a un máximo histórico. No, hicimos un alto más bajo y hay atención, estás por debajo del promedio del 9 en este momento subiendo, así que se ve correctivo también Oclo, ¿ok? Pero, güey, qué tremendo ha estado esto de Oclo, una verdadera locura. En fin, con eso los voy a dejar el día de hoy. Gracias a todos por ver este casino del tío Salo, por compartir con nosotros 4 horas de su día. Se aprecia de todo corazón. Cualquier pregunta, ahí están, van a estar los chavos en el Discord para lo que necesiten, lo saben. Y por ahora seguimos siendo alcistas en casi todo, a mediano largo plazo y un poco bajistas viendo las correcciones y aprovechando ambas direcciones. Si eso te confunde mucho, simplemente apuesta con la tendencia. Es lo más fácil, la tendencia grande, porque tienes más probabilidades de estar en lo correcto en esa apuesta, aunque la hagas mal, que en la apuesta contraria. Entonces, no te metas en apuestas contrarias a la tendencia, a menos de que ya sepas lo que estás haciendo y lo tengas bajo control. Con eso dicho y hecho, nos vemos en un rato. Espero para un nadie me preguntó. Solamente no tengo un tema que quiero hacer, pero no sé si me va a dar tiempo de poder poner todo enfrente de todos. No les voy a decir qué es, porque es una locura para todos los que ven trading, que no creen que estoy tan loco. Lo voy a dejar así. Les mando un abrazote, cuídense mucho. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarme. Pórtense bien y nos vemos el lunes para todos en el Casino del Tío Salo, por supuesto. Por supuesto que sí. Oye, bro.